been a whole week, but I'm back. And we'll see how well I do today since my throat must not be used to talking as much because I haven't been streaming every day. But we're back with more Umineko. There were a murder most foul last time. In fact, like, what, 6 people, I think, died horribly, so pretty wild. So we should see what we're doing about that and who did it and if this witch is real and stuff like that. Let's see. Let's get a little... Right, I asked that you enjoy your battle of wits. Right. Battler had his Phoenix Wright moment, and he's like, this is what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna figure out who did this. Point out the contradictions, so... let's see how this goes. I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought, some irritated, some depressed. And then there's Maria, who's none of those things. Oh yeah, see? What was I just saying? Maria was once again enjoying the television as if she had never left it. It looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled, "Ooh," and giggled. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room. Whoa! Could it be those two? Or maybe the cousins? Could it be Nanjo? Could it be Maria? Could Maria kill 6 people? Could it be Battler? Well, I don't know, Battler. I'm in your point of view. Why don't you tell me? Did you kill him? Right now, Aunt Natsuhi was searching the mansion with the servants, though, wasn't she? Oh, so it's possible the killer's not in this room. Then it shouldn't be in this room. In this mansion, is what we should say. After all, there was also the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi was behind this. And we still couldn't deny that one of the servants could be the killer. Anyone could be the bad guy. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest sure are slow. They didn't get murdered either, did they? Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around, checking the windows and doors? Just as I thought that, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing. But our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsuhi, shocked. Girl, what? The talk I'd had with Auntie Eva started to creep back into my mind. The possibility— Goal! Hey, you still get to keep up your streak. Hey, welcome, Goal. How are you doing this fine day? Although I guess it's evening for you. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once.
驚かせてしまいましたね。
Ah! Natsuhi with a gun! That's why we're startled. Oh wait, no, what was the get rid of the... Oh, that wasn't it. That wasn't it either. I think there's a get rid of the... Oh, a bad... Sorry if I've startled you. I brought this to be prepared for the worst. I could have sworn there was a button to, like, get rid of... the text box. I don't remember what it is. A bad decision. I guess it depends on the kind of bad decision. If it's a treat yourself bad decision, I say go for it. Oh, it's B. It's B. Okay. Natsuhi with a gun! Oh, staying up past 1 a.m. to watch the Game Awards? I say, follow your heart. How bad do you want to see the ads for new games? How, what's the word? My brain's not working. How, invested. There we go. How invested are you in the results? Only you can answer that for yourself. Dishonored 3 will be announced. There's a lot of rumors saying it will. Oh, I think I know some people who like Dishonored. Cool, I hope so. Sorry if I've startled you. I brought this to be prepared for the worst. Because that thing in Aunt Natsuhi's hand was a rifle. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun. But it was unusually short and kind of looked like a kid-sized gun. However, it had a thickness to it, which revealed that this was definitely not some kid's toy. Is it just like sawed off? Isn't that Kinzo-san's gun?
ご存知でしたか?
Did you know about it?
そうです。
That's right.
お父様の古いコレクションの中にあったことを思い出し、探し出してきました。
I remembered that it was in Father's old collection and I managed to find it. Oh my god, I love how Natsuhi was like, everything's ruined. My husband doesn't care about how much I do for this family. And then like that one conversation with Kinzo and then she's like, all right, my husband is dead. Grandfather's missing. I'm taking out the fucking guns. Good for you, Natsuhi. Whoa! Ah, the sound. Awesome!
Natsuhi-oba-san, それ本物なんすか?
Oh, Natsuhi, is that thing real?
ええ、本物です。
It's Umineko to Thursday. Yes, yeah. Yes, it's real.
実弾を発砲できますよ。
It can fire live ammunition.
昔お父様は野鳥を追い払うのに使ったりしていました。
Long ago, Father used it to scare off wild birds, so it's never actually killed anything. Okay.
あら懐かしい。
Oh, I remember.
どこから出てきたんやら。
Where could that have come from?
私がいくら触らせてって言っても指一本触れさせてくれなかったやつよ。
No matter how much I asked him to let me touch it, he never let me lay even one finger on it.
へえ。
Huh?
じいさま、こんなの持ってたんですか?
Grandfather had one of these?
知らなかったですよ。
I didn't know.
お父様は昔西部劇にどっぷり使ってたことがあってね。
No, you don't need to be the next night's sacrifice. No! You're forgiven! Long ago, Grandfather was really addicted to westerns. I'm not shocked.
あの世代はこういうライフル銃が大好きなのよ。
That generation really liked this kind of rifle.
結構年季の入った銃のようですね。
It looks like it has some considerable history to it.
でもこんな短い仕様のは初めて見ました。
But I've never seen one this short before.
ああ、思い出したわその銃。
Oh, I remember that gun.
懐かしいな。昔好きやった映画のガンマンが派手にぶっ放しとったやつだわ。
That's the one the gunman goes firing off with in that old movie I used to
お
love.
父さんも渋いな。
Father sure has good tastes.
親方様がだいぶ昔にアメリカより特別にお取り寄せになられたものです。
Long ago, the master had that brought over especially from America.
ご覧の通り実銃ですので、どうかこの件はご内密にお願いいたします。
As you can see, it is a real gun, so I would ask that you keep this a secret. Oh, so Kinzo had this gun illegally. Uh-huh.
手に入れられたばかりの頃は大層気に入られておりまして、
He was quite tickled by it when he first got his hands on it.
撃つより薬莢を出す動作が面白いらしくて、裏の森でいろいろとカッコつけて遊んでおられたもんですよ。
It seems the workings that ejected the cartridges were more interesting to him than shooting it, and he played around with it back in the forest all the time.
しかし物騒ね。
Still, what a dangerous thing. Eva's like seeing Natsuhi holding that, like two-hand in that thing, and she's like, maybe not just anybody should hold on to it. Still, what a dangerous thing.
そんなものまで持ち出しちゃうのかしら。
Are you sure you should be dragging this out?
万が一に備えてです。
This is preparing for the worst.
族はおそらく一人ではないでしょう。
There's probably more than one of them.
しかも主人たちを6人も殺した恐ろしい相手です。
Furthermore, they are terrifying people who killed 6 of us, including my husband.
私には主人に代わって皆さんを明日まで守る義務がありますので。
I have the responsibility to protect everyone until tomorrow in my husband's place. As Natsuhi-san said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas and took a deep breath. As well as checking the doors and windows, she had also been trying to find grandfather. Since grandfather was not with her, apparently his whereabouts were still unknown.
屋敷内の戸締まりは厳重に確認してきました。
I carefully checked all of the doors and windows throughout the
です
mansion.
が万が一ということもあります。
However, we must be prepared for anything.
みんななるべくここに一緒にいた方がいいでしょう。
Everyone, I think it would be best if we all remained here.
そうね。
I agree.
ここに全員が集まって相互監視をしている方が安心だわ。
If everyone is gathered here, then we can all feel more secure by keeping an eye on each other.
それはどういう意味ですか、エヴァさん。
What do you mean by that, Eva-san?
別に。
Nothing really.
夏日姉さんの意見に賛成しただけよ。
I'm just agreeing with your opinion, aren't I? There was a dangerous atmosphere between the two of them. If you thought about who stood to gain the most from the inheritance problem standpoint, Auntie Eva was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsuhi was innocent. No, if you view Beatrice's letter as grandfather's elaborate prank, and think of this incident as just an extension of that, there is more than enough evidence to doubt even grandfather. Aunt Natsuhi thought that the criminal was on the outside, but Auntie Eva thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was the question of whether or not a 19th person exists. It was the doubt that had been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner, with the letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So was the culprit among us, or not? Among us? And did the witch Beatrice exist, or not? Eva, no. I mean, I could just, I don't know, I'm super amused by Eva just seeing that Natsuhi has a gun after she like tormented Natsuhi ever since she got here. And she's a little nervous. If you assume that something as stupid as a witch couldn't exist, it was the same as saying that one of these relatives here, who shared a common bloodline, was the culprit. If you didn't like that, it would be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale about the witch. Did a witch do it? Draw that weird magic circle and sacrifice those people? If I could only accept that rubbish, I would be able to completely trust everyone in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. It kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit was among us. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break our silence. What now? Crack? Yep. Oh, quite a few hours pass. 1 p.m. Okay. Lunch had ended, and the servants had removed the tableware and were now in the kitchen. The wind and rain... Oh! Reprisal 2, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying. Lunch had ended, and the servants had removed the tableware and were now in the kitchen. The wind and rain had neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. It seemed that, at first, Natsuhi had planned not to let anyone set one foot outside the room. But when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized that this was impossible. Yeah, also, what if somebody needs to pee, Aunt Natsuhi? Huh? However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the 3 servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident. Umineko's your favorite When They Cry game, so I'm happy to see someone play it. What chapter are you on? I'm still chapter 1. The murder happened with like 6 people dying, and now everybody's suspecting each other. That's where we're at. But yay! I'm happy. I'm happy you're enjoying. You know, somebody who plays for the first time. I'm gonna be doing this every Thursday because I know it's like terribly long. So I figured if this was the only game I'm playing, it would be the only game for a long time. So I'm doing this every Thursday. How I found. Aw, bad words. Yeah, you guys are so sweet. Thank you. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, and many of them hadn't eaten much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence. Good, people are finally eating.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。
I will wash the dishes, so you can rest a while. Genji-san, Kanon-kun.
何か飲みます？
Do you want something to drink?
私は結
Nothing for me.
構カノンは
僕も結構です。
Nothing for me either.
お二人とも早朝から大変だったでしょう？
You two must have been so busy and so early in the morning.
参ってしまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
It's no wonder you're worn out. The only sound was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. You want to make sure you wouldn't accidentally spoil everything. I hope you're enjoying chapter 1 so far. There's a lot going on. It's very tense, but also very interesting how much they can get you to involved with these characters, like emotionally, even this early on. And so since I know this is just scratching the surface, I'm just thinking like, what in the world do we have ahead of us, you know? The only sound was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Kanon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue. But that didn't mean they couldn't let it show in front of the relatives. Oh, that didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. You felt the same way too? Oh gosh. Oh dear. What do I have ahead of me? Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered. Kanon.
どうしてあんなひどい死に方を
Why did she have to die in such a horrible way?
死に方のことは忘れなさい。
Forget about how she died.
ただ運がなかっただけだ。
It was nothing more than bad luck.
そうですね
You're right.
ただ運がなかっただけです
It was nothing more than bad luck. They both fell silent once again. Kanon's expression was filled with grief.
シャノンちゃんが死んじゃったなんて
To think that Shannon-chan's actually dead.
未だに信じられませんよ
I still can't believe it.
本当にかわいそうに
Poor Shannon-chan.
もう会えないなんて嘘みたいですよ
Oh, Kumasawa. Oh. Not being able to meet her again feels like a lie.
もう一度あの子の笑顔が見たかったのに
I just wanted to see that girl's smiling face one more time. Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kanon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further.
どうしてベアトリーチェ様はシャノンを
Why did Beatrice-sama do that to Shannon?
生贄が欲しかったなら他にも大勢いただろうに
If she wanted a sacrifice, there were plenty of others to choose from.
どうしてどうして
Why? Why?
ただ運が悪かっただけだ。
I knew it. When they were like, it was nothing more than bad luck, and he was like, you're right. It's like they knew about the demon's roulette thing, or that's what they thought happened. Probably because of what, because they've spent so much time around Kinzo. It was nothing more than bad luck.
少しの運がたがえばシャノンの代わりにあそこに横たわっていたのは私だったのかもしれないしお前だったのかもしれない。
If chance had fallen even slightly differently, it could have been me or you lying out there.
あるいは他の誰かだったのかもしれない。
Or even someone else.
全ては運命だ。
Everything is left to fate.
源氏様奥様の部屋の扉に血のような跡がついていたとおっしゃっていましたね
Genji-sama, you said that the door to Madam's room was stained with traces of something like blood, right?
シャッターに書かれていたのと同じもので
The same substance that was painted on the shutter? Yes,
君の悪い跡だった。
it was an unpleasant mark.
まるで血のついた指でドアノブを引き抜こうとするかのよ
almost as though someone with blood-stained fingers had been trying to pull out the doorknob.
いや、扉をかき破ろうとしたのか。
No, scratch through the door. Oh, creepy.
そんな気味の悪い跡だった。
That sort of unpleasant mark.
ベアトリーチェ様が奥様の部屋を訪れて
So does that mean that Beatrice-sama came to visit Madame's
そ
room
して扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかった
and tried to open the door, but couldn't?
ということでしょうか
Is what this means? That doesn't seem right. I mean, if a witch could do that to... Oh! The charm she hung on the door! Oh, shit! I get it. I get it. So... Maria gave, Jessica the scorpion charm, right? So, and then Maria was the one, although I still think she might be possessed by Beatrice or something, like was like easily explained the whole magic circle thing, right? So, but that implies that, you know, whether she's, she could be possessed by Beatrice, or that could be just, whatever her knowledge is on the same level as, Beatrice's magic, if it's real, you know, if it's real. And then, so if Maria says this will protect you, maybe it really, really will. Because Natsuhi was given the scorpion charm by Jessica, and she hung it on her door. Because that's what you're supposed to do to protect yourself. So if something that was trying to kill her couldn't get in, maybe it was because of the scorpion charm. Holy shit! Holy shit! Okay, okay, okay. Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood. I like how you're all pointedly silent. Okay, Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door to Natsuhi's room. With the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob and the marks of something scratching against the door. It had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door, but couldn't.
どうして奥様は生贄を免れたんだ
Because she hung a scorpion charm, Kanon. Why was Madame not chosen as a sacrifice?
もし奥様が選ばれてたならシャノンは
Kanon,
死ななくて済んだのに
that's not a guarantee. It could have been somebody else replaced. Okay. Why was Madame not chosen as a sacrifice? If only she had been chosen, Shannon wouldn't have had to die. Bro, no guarantees, man. It could have been like, Kraus, would be the one who lives and Shannon dies or something, you know? There's no guarantee. Just then a loud, sharp noise resounded from the hall. Uh-oh. Both of them turned around, surprised.
面白そうな話じゃねえか。
Oh, Battler? What did you do? Did you like smack the door open? Battler jump scare. Battler jump scare. Sounds like a pretty interesting discussion you're having.
俺も混ぜてくれよ。
Let me join in too. Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen.
バトル様、
Ooh, uh-oh.
これ
Battler-sama.
は失礼いたしました。
Please, excuse me. Genji-san and Kanon-kun stood up, surprised, and hastily bowed. Battler is scarier than the murder times one. What do you mean times one? There's gonna be multiple times Battler is scarier than the murder? But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion.
便所って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。
I told them I was going to the bathroom, so they let me
ず
go.
っとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったからな。
I thought I'd suffocate if I was locked up in that room any longer.
水でも飲ませてもらおうかと思ったら面白そうな話が聞こえてきたんでよ。
When I was about to come ask you for some water, I overheard something pretty interesting.
頭なんか下げなくていいぜ。
You don't need to bow your heads or anything.
今の話の続きを聞かせてくれよ。
Please let me hear the rest.
今のは別に。
He's like a ghost. He just pops up out of nowhere like a piece of bread in a toaster. I love that. I love that metaphor. That just now wasn't really
ちょいと前から話は聞かせてもらってるんだ。
suddenly Battler. I've been listening to you for a
今
while.
さら隠すなよ。
Don't try to hide it now.
だから担
So,
当直入に聞くさ。
So I'll ask directly.
ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ？
Who is this Beatrice?
どうやらおとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
She's supposed to be a witch from a kid's story, but it doesn't look that way now. Kanon-kun averted his gaze. Battler, don't you know it's rude to eavesdrop? Maybe usually, but he just appointed himself the Phoenix Wright of the situation, so he's gotta eavesdrop. He's like, I'm gonna solve this damn murder all by myself. Rudeness be damned. Kanon-kun averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this. Well, too bad! Which only made me want to ask even more! While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. Whoa! Getting right up there! Collar grabbing.
夕べまでなら俺は無関係さ。
If it were last night, this would be none of my
だが
business.
な、今朝からは違う。
But after this morning, everything's changed. Isn't this what I was just saying?
親父たちを殺された時点で、俺は立派な関係者だ。
Now that Dad and the rest have been killed, this is totally my business.
俺にも、そのうさんくさそうな話を聞かせてもらう資格があるはずだぜ。
I have the right to listen to this suspicious story, don't I? The scariest thing in the game, Battler's curiosity. Yes. I glared into Kanon-kun's eyes as he still continued to look away in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Kanon-kun had to stand on his toes and it looked like it hurt a bit.
バトラさん、
Maybe don't hurt Kanon? You know, you don't have to be aggressive.
手を離してやってくださいな。
Battler-san, please let go of
別
him.
にカノンさ
It's not like Kanon-san is really
んは
hiding
隠している
anything.
わけではないのです。
じゃあ話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。
Then you won't have any problem talking about it, right?
仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
It's lonely being out of the loop. Get it? When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and spoke. Kanon's like 16 or something, yeah. And also, Battler's really tall. There was a slight sense of resignation on his face. It looked like he didn't plan on hiding anything. Sorry, if you hear some noise, my cat has jumped up and is like rubbing the mic stand with her face. It looked like he didn't plan on hiding anything.
お話しすることはできます。
I can talk about it.
ただ、バトラ様がお気を悪くなされるかもしれません。
You have two cats? Oh, I remember having two cats.
カノンは躊躇しているのです。
Yeah, this is Stella. She's got some emotes, and if you give bits, you get a little different kinds of Stellas or the different kinds of bit badges. But yeah, I've got we've got cool Stella right here. There she is in all her glory. And she's being disruptive right now. It's not even time to feed her yet. Girl, calm down. Love. Oh, thank you. Oh, I think you should be able to use it. I think it's pretty sure I have it as a follower emote. Oh yeah, there's also this one. Here's Stella also. Stella, goodness gracious. I don't want you accidentally kicking the Joy-Con. I'm gonna have to pull her off the table. Ugh. There she goes. Okay. You have two cats for two moods. Your youngest, Willow, is the most overly affectionate and constantly scares the hell out of me because she'll sneak in, and then Misty is just angry. Oh, they sound really entertaining. Oh, Angie, Misty, and Willow. Cute names too. Aw. I can talk about it. Kanon only hesitated because you might have taken it badly, Battler-sama.
躊躇なんて男らしくねえぜ。
Battler, shut up! Hesitating isn't very manly, is it?
内緒にされる方が気持ち悪いさ。
Keeping it a secret's even more unpleasant. Battler, chill? I know this isn't a situation where you should chill, but chill regardless?
聞かせ
Tell me about it.
てくれよ。どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。
It's not like I have anything better to do before tomorrow
多
comes.
少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもんだぜ。
A slightly shady story might be the best way to stave off boredom. After Genji-san and Kanon-kun looked at each other, they nodded as though they had decided to talk.
わかりました。
Understood.
何でもお聞きください。
Please ask us
お
anything.
話しします。
We will talk.
あ
Right.
あ。じゃあ聞くぜ。
Daisuke Ono is Sebastian Black Butler. Man has range! Love a guy who has range. Oh my god, that's funny. It's like Mamoru Miyano II. Ah! Ned, hello! The murder happened. We're, Battler's in his Phoenix Wright phase. People died! Yes! Hello! People died! Yeah! Alright. Golden Slaughterer played. Oh yeah, that was good. That music, yeah. That was hoppin', even though the context was that was good though. Right, then I'll ask.
ベアトリーチェってのは一体何なんだ。
Who in the world is Beatrice?
俺が知ってる限りでは、露見島の
All I I know is that she's a witch
森に住まう魔女ってことになってる。
who lives in the forest of Rokenjima.
森に入ると危ないからってんで、ばあさまあたりが作り出した脅し話だって聞いてる。
I've heard that it's a story that grandmother or someone invented to keep people out of the dangerous forest. Whenever you tell your friends who never played a When They Cry game, you always tell them if you don't like it, you'll like the OST. I mean, hey, that's a pretty good draw in. It's just like, don't you want to hear some banging music? Don't you want that in your life?
違うのか。
Is that wrong?
いえ、違いません。
No, it isn't wrong.
その通りです。
It's as you say.
ベアトリーチェ様は六軒島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
Beatrice-sama is a witch who dwells in the forest of Rokenjima.
バトラ様、にわかには信じられないでしょうが。
Butler-sama, I don't expect you to believe this all of a sudden, but
ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。
Beatrice-sama exists.
親方様に莫大な黄金を授け、
She is a
長
real
いことおそ
person.
ばにお仕えした実在する方なのです。
That's a complicated question to answer. No, I'm playing this on a Nintendo Switch emulator. I have the game on Switch. I bought it with money. And then I did a very, very long, I followed a very long set of instructions. And now I'm playing it on PC with English patch. But because the emulator kind of stops and starts a lot, especially with the audio, I'm tempted to kind of go back in with the shenanigans and play this through my Switch directly with the English patch on, which is possible, but I'd have to do a lot of stuff, and it's also I think I'd have to also start a new save. Yeah, if you didn't know, the Nintendo Switch version has an English patch support. Yeah, I think it's relatively recent. So hey, new way to play the game. You could try between episodes if I can skip to episode 2. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think I can skip to episode 2. I could just spend an afternoon button mashing and maybe see if I can fix it for episode 2. Hey Charybdis. Welcome. Oh, you got a little train for the hype train. Yay. All right, let's see. She is a real person, the one who gave the master a vast amount of gold and who has worked by his side for many years. You remember Switch Higurashi lets you skip but makes you take a quiz on plot elements first? That's amazing. Oh my god. So much your thumb grows arms on its own and buff from the exercise. Oh man, my buff thumb. Man, if anything, it'll make my thumb buff. It's like freaking playing Bloodborne, which I should probably get back to at some point. The true test if you paid attention. Yeah. That's really funny. Well, I could be wrong. I didn't see anything to skip ahead, but I could look into it more. Anyway.
Huh? よせやい。
Huh? Aw, come on.
じい様の受け売りを言うのも給料のうちだってのか？
His grandfather paying you to repeat everything he says? Oh man, so Battler knows what his grandpa can be like. I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji-san nor Kanon-kun laughed. Not even Kumasawa Ba-chan, who avoided my eyes, flustered, and started washing the utensils. Uh-oh. So, unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully. Bitterly.
なるほど。源氏さんが断るだけはあるぜ。
Awkward! Yeah. I see now why you warned me, Genji-san.
こい
Anyone sane would take this
つ
badly.
は確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。つまり、ベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
So you're saying that a person named Beatrice actually exists?
はい。親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前から
Yes.
とお仕えしている方でございます。
She has been working for the master since before the mansion was built on this island.
おそらく私よりも長くお仕えしているでしょう。
Most likely, she has been working for him even longer than I have.
なんてこった。桐江さんの仮説は外れたな。
What do you know? Kirie-san's theory was
じい
off.
様にベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。
Grandfather really did have a confidant called Beatrice.
そいつは今この島にいるんだな。
And she's on the island now?
はい、
Yes.
いらっしゃっていると思います。
I like the well-timed thunder. I believe that she is here.
曖昧な言い方だな。
That's a vague way to say it.
ってことは昨日今日そいつの顔を見たってわけじゃなさそうだな。
I guess that means you haven't seen her face today or yesterday.
はい、
Yes.
大変申し上げがたいのですが、その
It is extremely difficult to say, but Kanon-kun once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes. No idea if you knew this, but Umineko has a manga adaptation that goes all out in the visual department. If you thought Battler's rambling about the shed was gruesome. Yeah, somebody mentioned that last week. That that the manga for this part was really gruesome. And I was like, oh geez, kind of weirdly curious now. Although I did hear the manga was good, although it's better if you played the game first, something like that. And I heard to avoid the anime at all costs. Kanon-kun once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだよそこで切るなよ。
Come on, don't just stop there.
寸止めみたいで
It's like freezing an inch before the blow.
気持ち悪いぜ。
I urged him on jokingly. However, it looked like Kanon-kun was still unsure as to whether he should speak or not. Then, Kumasawa Ba-chan whispered,
お顔を見ようにもベアトリーチェ様にはお姿がありませんから。
You cannot see her face, because Beatrice-sama has no form. She
お
is
姿
no...
はなんだって。
What?
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。
Beatrice-sama has no body.
ですからベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り私ども凡庸ではお姿を見ることすら叶いません。
It rushed all 8 episodes of the question arcs and 24 episodes. Do you think only 20 were released by how terrible it was received? Oh dear. My quick math is really bad, but that's an astonishingly low number of episodes to cover this episode 1 with, right? That's kind of crazy. Like, did everyone die by episode 1? Therefore, unless Beatrice-sama wishes it, common people like us are not able to see her form.
ベアトリーチェ様が人の姿をされていた頃の絵があの肖像画のものなのだとか。
I have heard that the portrait shows what Beatrice-sama looked like back when she had a human form.
そのお姿を懐かしみ、よく肖像画の前に佇まれているそうな。
I hear she often lingers in front of the portrait, yearning for her old form.
ベアトリーチェ様は時折輝く蝶の姿に身を変えられて現れることがあります。
Beatrice-sama sometimes changes her form into glittering butterflies and shows herself, which is the last thing Shannon saw before she died, as far as we know. The episodes got very little attention. It was pretty confusing to figure out if you hadn't played the games first. Oh geez, I bet.
万一お屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には決してその後を追ってはならない決まりです。
On the rare occasion that you spot them somewhere in the mansion, there is a rule that you absolutely mustn't chase after them.
追えば不幸があるとささやかれています。
It is whispered that you will meet with disaster if you follow them.
その禁を破り大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
That sounds familiar. I think something like that got obliquely mentioned earlier. In fact, there was a servant who broke that rule and quit because of a great injury.
おいおいマジかよ。
Wait a sec, are you kidding
あん
me?
たら本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
Are you all serious about this?
バトラ様、すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越しになっておられます。
Battler-sama. Beatrice-sama has already arrived.
そのようなお言葉はよろしくないかと思われます。
Such language may be unwise.
ベアトリーチェ様はご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。
Battler's gonna be like, bet? Beatrice-sama is not fond of those who profane her. This is gonna get really funny really fast.
その存在を疑えば必ずや不幸が降りかかるでしょう。
If you doubt her existence, you will surely meet with disaster.
バトラさん、気持ちの悪いお話とお思いでしょ。
Battler-san, you probably find the story unpleasant. Battler, I'm gonna go fight a witch. Bye! He just starts screaming insults at the top of his lungs. He like steps outside and he's like, I heard there's a skank bitch in this forest or something. CC, hi! Battler-san, you probably find the story
です
unpleasant.
が、
But you know what?
ベアトリーチェ様はいるんですよ。
Beatrice does exist, okay?
います。
She exists.
それを疑われることをベアトリーチェ様はことのほか嫌われます。
Beller, hey, go back to the 1600s, you crazy bee! Your dress is dumb! Just at the top of his lungs outside. Beatrice-sama has an exceptional dislike of that being called into question.
わかりませんか、バトラ様。
Don't you understand, Battler-sama?
ベアトリーチェ様は今すでにここにお越しに
Beatrice-sama
なっております。
has already arrived here.
おいおいよせよ。
Beatrice exists. You can be certain of this. Come on, quit.
俺そういうのは弱いんだぜ。
I'm weak against that stuff, you know? It just makes me want to insult her real loud. Battler has stepped into the nightmare blunt rotation. The nightmare blunt rotation is just all of the servants at the manor. Like, if you added Shannon and Goda into us, it would be even worse. Just Katsu, I suddenly felt a painful burning sensation as I saw a flash of light and I got hit by lightning while I cursed that damn witch. You're freaking me out. However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast.
バトラさん、お願いですから。ベアトリーチェ様を冒涜することはおやめください。
Battler-san, I beg that you stop profaning Beatrice-sama.
悪いことは申し上げません。
Please trust me. Battler looks down at the blunt Kumasawa has given him. It's actually a mackerel. No! It's just a mackerel on fire. Just all the oil is keeping it. Oh my god. Kumasawa Bachan, who was usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally straight face that I had never known her to make. That does sound foul, doesn't it? This is like the one friend that's low level that keeps trying to fight level 90 enemies at level 5. Stop provoking it, stupid! Oh my god, for real. You take Battler for Blue Mage leveling in Final Fantasy XIV, right? He's the one who doesn't wait for his friend. He just starts running and throwing fish at all the enemies. And they kill him before his friend can come up and kill the monster for him. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, sure, you say she exists, but I don't see anything. Are you trying to say that she's standing right next to me or something? Quit joking around. I'm right behind you! Maria takes the perfect time to like scare the shit out of him. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. All I'm picturing is Jessica and George holding Battler back while he's screeching, trying to fight the witch. Yeah, pretty much. I saw two Marias for a second. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance. But her expression and the feeling about her, her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants. Whether your wavelength matches or not is determined at birth. Battler, you were born with a mismatched wavelength. That's why you can't see her. Can't meet with her. Can't talk to her. Are you sure he's not talking to her right now? You're the type Beatrice hates the most. Maria's laugh sounded like she was greatly enjoying herself, yet it was extremely eerie. You cannot understand the FNAF lore, Battler. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand. Do you want to know about Beatrice?
ベアトリーチェはね、1000年の魔女なんだよ。
I think I did hear this from the internet. She's a 1,000-year-old witch. I think that's something I've heard before. Battler, welcome to Witch Theory. Is Beatrice real? Stay tuned. 3 a.m. gone wrong. Welcome back to Game Theory with a battler Ushinomiya. Beatrice is a 1,000-year-old witch.
あらゆる悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。
You can't prove there aren't 2 separate missing children incidents. It's the devil's proof. She has all the demons at her command and can harness the power of alchemy to create the Philosopher's Stone and a vast quantity of gold.
おじいさまは彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に莫大な富を築いたんだよ。
Grandfather built up all of the vast wealth of the Ushinomiya family by making a contract with her. Maria's like 8 and she's talking like a full-grown adult scares me. Yeah. I'm a little 60-40 right now about whether Beatrice is possessing her or if this is just like she's so interested in the witch thing that talking about it is the only time she'll start not ooh, and then she speaks like an adult. I'm a little 60-40. She's 9, almost Pokemon Pro Tag age. Oh, you're gonna get a Squirtle real soon, Maria. Grandfather built up all of the vast wealth of the Ushinomiya family by making a contract with her.
昨日私がベアトリーチェの手紙を読んだでしょ
The ball of text getting bigger as she talks is sending you. Yesterday, I read Beatrice's letter, didn't I?
あれは本当なんだよ。
That was real.
ま、バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど。
Well, I guess it's pointless for me to try and force you to believe.
六感が生まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
After all, it looks like you were born without a trace of the sixth sense.
なんだよそれ。
What are you talking about?
魔女？悪魔？
Witches? Demons? Shun the non-believer!
そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
Who told you that? I like how nobody's posited the possibility that Maria's possessed or something, that like nobody's questioning too bigly her difference in demeanor or the way they're talking. They're just like, okay, anyway.
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだよ。
I heard it from Beatrice herself. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. See, everybody's just like, yeah, anyway. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Or that Battler isn't questioning it. I know, I think that's also funny. He's just like, okay, Maria, that's funny. Who told you that? Same old October. I remember when she used to cackle just like this when she was 3 years old. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice, as though this was nothing more or less than the truth.
マリア、聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。
Maria, it might be rude to ask, but I'll ask one more time, okay?
昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは誰だ？
Who gave you that letter yesterday?
ベアトリーチェにもらったって何度言えばわかるかな
I got it from Beatrice. How many times must I tell you before you understand? Ah, this shit again. Well, we're screwed. Time to pack the boat, boys.
わかんないよね。
You don't get it, do you?
見えないんだもんね。
You can't see her. I know.
信じられない
You can't believe it. I
よ
know.
ね。
Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ、
Battler,
まだわかんない
you still can't tell?
ベアトリーチェがいるの。
Every horror game through the series, Scary's like a child. You just gotta have the creepy kid. You still can't tell that Beatrice exists?
いるってどこにさ？
She exists, you say. But where?
だからベアトリーチェがここにいるのが。
Like I said, Beatrice exists right here. Battler, you still can't tell that Beatrice is baller? That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for some time now that the others haven't been looking in quite the right direction. What? They're all looking at a place in the room where she's materialized right next to Battler. Like, she's right next to me, isn't she? And then they're like, yeah, she is right next to you. I figured that everyone had just been gazing into the distance, but that wasn't the case. Ooh, a pretty butterfly. The four here, Genji-san, Kanon-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me was looking at a spot right behind me! Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if there was someone there.
ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な黄金の魔女。
Beatrice is a great witch of gold who has lived for 1,000 years.
でも波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられないし話しかけられない。
But she can't show her form to humans of the wrong wavelength, and she can't talk to them.
だからね。
And you know what?
それがとても悲しいんだよ。
Hey guys, did you know that Beatrice is a witch of 1,000 years? I didn't. Did you know she has a lot of gold? I don't know. And you know what? She finds that really sad.
だからバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定されるのがものすごく嫌いなんだよ。
That's why she truly despises it when people like you, who were born without a fragment of magic sensitivity, deny that she exists.
バトラは幸運だよ。
You're lucky, Battler.
昨日
Good thing that I gave you that
私にお
charm
守りをもら
yesterday.
っていてよかったね。
Good thing that I gave you that charm yesterday, right?
それを身につけていなかったら今頃ベアトリーチェのどんな呪いが身に及んでいたか分かったものじゃない。
Who knows what kind of curse Beatrice would have put on you by now if you hadn't been carrying it around.
本当に幸運なんだよ、バトラは。
You really are lucky, Battler. Wait, did it cut off? No! Or was Stream Elements really late? Let me check. Oh no, we're still good. We're still good. Stream Elements is just being weird. I got scared for a second that it stopped and started like last week. but we're good. Never mind. All right. Okay. You really are lucky, Battler. Maria! Stream Elements is just over an hour late. Thanks, Stream Elements. Just over an hour late to class. detention.
ああ、あのサソリのキ
Right, that scorpion key holder.
ーホルダーかよ。あれって安っぽい景品か何かだと思ってたんだが、ちとはご利益あったってことなのか？
I thought that was just some cheap gift or something, but I guess it really had some benefit then. See, this is them trying to lay another hint that that's what protected Natsuhi, but I got their game already. I know that's what protected Natsuhi.
それがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。
If it weren't for that, you'd be lying in that storehouse as a sacrifice with your face crushed by now.
幸運だったよバトラは。
You're so lucky, Battler.
そうか。
Battler is now just roasting a child. It was just a cheap bit of plastic. Go away. I'm also surprised that he's not kind of mad at her being like, bro, my dad just died and you're talking about it like that. You're being very patient with her. I see.
あれがなかったら、俺は今頃殺されてた。
So if it weren't for that, I'd have been killed by now.
なんでバトラはベアトリーチェを信じないの？
Battler, why don't you believe in Beatrice?
いるのに。
Even though she exists.
今そこにほら。
Right now, over there, look!
ね、信じる気になったでしょ？
Hey, I'll bet you want to believe it now.
信じなよ。
Believe it.
マリアにお守りをもらったことを感謝しながら。
Oh my god, it's Naruto. And thank me for giving you that charm.
あれがなければバトラは今頃倉庫の中。
If it weren't for that, you'd be in the storehouse right
代
now.
わりに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
But then, maybe you would have saved someone else in exchange, right? Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately, that last one didn't quite hit the mark. Here we go. Here we go.
じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。
Then it's no goddamn good at all, is it,
って
Maria?
ことなら悪いが、ああ全然ダメだ。
If that's true, then I'm sorry, but it's no goddamn good at all. When Maria saw me suddenly, oh my god, we're getting the Ace Attorney music. When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her.
お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから、俺黙ってたけどよ。
Battler, my name is Battler and I'm gonna fight a child! I thought it might hurt you, so I didn't say it earlier,
お
but
前にもらったお守りよ。俺、
I
ポケ
knew
ットに入れ
it!
たつもりだったんだけどよ。
Yeah, this is pretty much the pursuit music, right? I knew it, he didn't keep it with him. She was just assuming. Although I thought I put that charm you gave me in my
どっか
pocket.
に落っことしちまったんだぜ。
I must have dropped it somewhere, you see?
だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのはお守りのおかげでもねえし。なら
That
魔女
means
様の呪いがあって当然なのに、今この瞬間もピンピンしてる。
That means the charm can't be the reason I'm alive now. And even though I should have been cursed by the witch, I'm perfectly fine.
悪いが、俺は自分の目で見たものしか信じね
Sorry, but I don't believe in things I don't see with my own eyes. We're flipping the chessboard with this one, baby!
え。第6巻
Sixth sense.
波長
Wavelengths?
魔法のセンス
Magic sensitivity?
悪いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。
Sorry, but I don't believe in fake stuff like
ク
that.
ラスの女が霊感がいいの悪いのって言い出すのを聞いてると虫唾が走るのさ。
When I hear girls in class start talking about how good or bad their ability to sense the supernatural is, it pisses me off.
あんたらがいくらじい様に給料もらってるか知らねえが、俺を妙な宗教に勧誘しようったって。
I don't know how much grandfather is paying you, but if you're trying to talk me into joining some cult,
そう簡単にはいかねえってことをよく肝に銘じておきやがれってんだ。
believe me, you won't be able to do it that easily.
バトラ様。
カノン君たちが信じるのは自由だぜ。
Valor is absolutely the sort of guy who starts going on a rant if you if you ask him his sign. Yeah. Or hypothetically, if the murderer is anyone in the room, why the hell would he say that out loud if the murderer is going along with the witch's real crap? Yeah. He's like, well, what if I kill you next? Yeah, are you thinking, Battler? Like, you guys are free to believe whatever you want.
だが、俺が信じるかどうかは常に俺が自分で決める。
But when it comes to whether I believe or not, that is always for me to decide.
悪いがこの目で見
Like, Battler, you want to die that badly? You're like, come
ベア
get
トリーチェなんて
me.
うさんくさいものの存在を信じるわけにはいかないぜ。
Sorry, but I can't believe in something as shady as Beatrice until I've seen her with my own eyes. Yeah, like, she can't be seen by people who don't believe? How convenient. I spoke forcefully and sharply. When I did, Maria started cackling again.
ならそれでいいんじゃない？
Well, that's just fine, isn't it?
いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェは
Eventually,
見えるようになる。
even people like you with totally mismatched wavelengths will be able to see Beatrice.
もうじき蘇るんだよ。
Very soon, she will revive.
ベアトリーチェはね。
Beatrice will revive.
そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしようって約束してるんだよ。
Once that happens, she's promised to talk with me and play with me a lot.
疑う必要も無理に信じる必要も全くない。
There's neither a need to doubt nor to force yourself to believe.
現れるんだよ。もうじきね。
She will appear very soon. Yeah, Maria, I wouldn't mind getting some ooh-oohs back about now. Some people usually head to the bathroom after a meal. Others prefer to take a short nap. It seemed that several people had gone out of the parlor, just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. In the end, Aunt Natsuhi's order to keep everyone packed together in the parlor was reluctantly withdrawn under the conditions that no one was to be on their own, and no one was to go far from the parlor. After all, if 11 people are shut up in the same room, starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. And now that a little time had passed, everyone had started to recover from the shock of that morning. Maybe their sense of danger was weakening over time, too. Also, Natsuhi with a gun. However, it was certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion. So no one was completely negligent. So when they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would get scared of standing there, isolated, and would end up returning to the parlor. like that fable. You know, the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist. But if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. People sure are hypocrites. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor just as Aunt Natsuhi told them to, and sat in a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. Maria, almost as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria that I knew well, saying, "Ooh, ooh." What in the world was that back there? Okay, he's finally starting to question it. I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice supposedly standing behind me, invisible. However, it felt like inside Maria, I could catch a glimpse of a little of that presence. That's what I'm saying, bro!
確かに
You're right.
マリアちゃんは魔女とかの話になると人が変わるね。
They're finally talking about it. When Maria-chan starts talking about witches, she changes. But it wasn't always like that. Like when she was talking about Beatrice was real and gave her the umbrella, and when she was giving out the charms and stuff, she was still ooh-ooing, you know? And when she had her book and was explaining stuff, she was ooh-ooing. I feel like she got possessed, bro. Okay. When Maria-chan starts talking about witches, she changes.
昨日海岸でバトラ君も見たでしょ。
Oh yeah, it's just Maria being quirky. It's fine. Ah! Battler-kun, you also saw it down by the beach yesterday, right?
サソリのキーホルダーの時か。
Well, yeah, but she wasn't talking like that yet. You mean when she gave me that scorpion key holder?
あんな機嫌を損ねるみたいな感じじゃなくてよ。
No, I don't mean like when her feelings were hurt.
まるでその
I'm talking about when she looked like she
み
had,
たいな感じで。
you know, a dual personality.
ああ、たまにそういうこともあるな。
Ah, that happens sometimes too. Does it?
さっきマリアが魔法陣の話を始めた時みたいなやつ、たまーにあるぜ。
Just like when Maria started talking about the magic circle, not very often, but it happens. Wait, does that mean she's been possessed for years? Like hereditary?
気持ち悪いけどな。
It's freaky, though. Apparently, according to Jessica, the laughing Maria shows up every now and then. This was just bad timing. Yeah, right. And furthermore, it was the first time I'd seen it, so it really shocked me. Yeah, she only talks like that when she's like trying to be Beatrice's messenger mouthpiece.
あれってのは何なんだ？
So what is
マリ
that?
アは二重人格か何かなのか？
Does Maria have a dual personality or something?
それとも本当に霊感が強かったりとかして、そういうのに憑依されたりとかしちまうのか？
Finally somebody says it. Or are you saying that her spiritual sense really is that strong and she gets possessed by stuff like that?
そういうのじゃないと思うよ。
Stella, come on. No, I don't think it's that.
バトラ君にも経験ない？
Didn't you ever experience it?
小さい頃、自分以外の誰かになりたかったなんてこと。
A desire to be someone other than yourself when you were really small. Right when humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period and their sense of self starts to be born, they start to gain a sense of individuality. They want to be different from other people. But of course, they will find that they're no different from the others in their class, since they are learning the same thing in school and forced to the same lifestyle. When they realize that, they start off by breaking the rules in what's called the rebellious age. Since everyone follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. Even those who call everyone around them babies and stir up trouble are just cute kids searching for themselves when you look at them this way. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart when I actually got it secondhand from George Aniki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was the age where you try standing out for the opposite sex.
成長期の根底には子供から脱却したいというひよこが殻を破るのに似た衝動がある。
Battler trying to show off? Nah. At the very foundation of the growing period is an impulse to escape from being a kid. Much the same as a chick trying to crack the shell of their
子
egg.
供と大人の違いは何かわかるかい？
Do you know what the difference between a child and an adult is?
年齢
Age?
それとも体格
Or physique?
違うよ。経験だよ。
No, it's experience.
大人が子供を見下すのは人生経験が少ないからだよ。
Adults look down on children because children have very little life experience.
子供が何を言っても鼻で笑ってしまうのは世間知らずのくせにと見下しているからだよ。
The reason they snort and look down on children whenever they say anything is because children don't know anything about the world.
ああ、そういうのわかるぜ。
Yeah, I know what you
子
mean.
供の頃って妙に人生ってもう悟りきったようなことを口にして年長者ぶりたくなるよな。
When you're a kid, you try to say things like you've got life all figured out and try to act like an
大
adult.
人は子供が何を言っても世の中甘くないとか社会に出ればわかるとか鼻で笑ってる。
No matter what a kid says, adults will just snort at them because they're too naive or because they'd understand once they grew up or something. So, if we apply that logic to a 1,000-year-old witch, a 1,000-year-old witch will be like snorting and looking down upon everybody.
まあ実際そうなんだけど、子供的にはそういうのって見下されてるみたいでムカつくんだよな。
Well, it's probably true, but to a kid, it's just annoying, like they're being looked down upon.
なるほどな。
I get it.
知識や経験の有無か。
It's about whether they have knowledge and experience.
確かに年齢だけ無駄に食ってても尊敬はされねえよな。
You're right. You don't earn respect just by becoming old and not achieving anything.
となるとつまり子供から脱却したいという衝動を持つ時期にかつ他者とは違うという個性を持ちたくなる。
Therefore, what we have is a period where they have the impulse to escape from being a kid, and also they want to have individuality, different from other people.
子供からの脱却がつまり知識や経験なのだとしたら
If what separates kids and adults is knowledge and experience,
なる
then
ほど。他人の持ち得ない知識を持つことが一つのアイデンティティになるわけか。
I get it. If they know something that no one else knows, that's one way to form an identity. That's the
小学校の
esoteric
頃なんかさ、
knowledge.
クラスの誰も知らないことを知っていたり、
When you're in like elementary school, if you knew stuff no one else
持っ
knew,
ていたり身につけていたりするとヒーローになれたよな。
had stuff no one else had, wore stuff no one else wore, you could become a bit of a hero for it.
バトラもそういう経験あるだろ？
I bet you did the same thing, Battler.
あるある。
Meanwhile, I was kind of embarrassed whenever that kind of thing happened to me. Like, we had a Trader Joe's pretty close to our house growing up. And so they were one of the first stores that ever sold, like, store-bought sushi. And so I was the only kid in school who could possibly have like sushi for lunch at school. And people would like comment on it, like, of course, like, oh my god, he had sushi, you know, stuff like that. And I don't know, I would be embarrassed instead of being like, fuck yeah, I got sushi, you know. Oops. I guess that's just me. Yeah.
何か一芸に秀でたいと思うお年頃って確かにあるな。
There was definitely an age when I wanted to excel in something.
なるほど。それが子供からの脱却。つまり成長期ってわけか。
I see. That was because I was trying to separate myself from being a child, my growing period. You know, but then again, I was a kid who stuck to the rules. And I was mad when troublemaking kids would make things worse for everyone else. And like, the one time I got detention, I felt like it was the end of the world. So I guess maybe being embarrassed about being the only kid in school who has sushi kind of lines up with that. Because I wasn't a rule breaker. I see. That was because I was trying to separate myself from being a child, my growing period.
健全な意味での成長期は、そうして没個性を脱却するために、人が持たない
If you look at it in a good
知
way,
識やスキルを身につけることを促す。
the growing period, by forcing you to separate yourself from others, pushes you to gain skills and knowledge that no one else has.
これは社会学的にも面白いことだよ。
This is also interesting from a sociological
人
standpoint.
が没個性を嫌うために人と違う技術を身につけようとする。
Oh my god, Uchikoshi likes to info dump about esoteric bullshit he knows. Meanwhile, Ryukishi likes to info dump about child behavioral psychology. Because people hate being like everyone else. They try to learn skills that other people don't
これ
know.
により社会は幅広い技術を獲得して立
In this way, society can acquire the broad range of skills it needs to survive.
神々の高度なプログラミングに驚かされるね。
The quality of the gods' programming is truly surprising.
まあ個性がネガティブに働くこともあるぜ。
Well, individual personalities can also be negative,
ク
right?
ラスみんなが真剣に勉強してるから俺だけはサボって目立とうとかよ。
Like saying everyone else in class is studying hard, so I'll slack off so I stick out. Unsai? BRB, I have snacks? Okay, I'll see you soon. That was actually me. It was only recently that I'd finally been able to feel thankful towards that middle school teacher who had slapped me after school. Slapped?
でもまあ誰も飛べない飛び箱を飛んでやりたいとか。
But, well, I did have those desires to jump over the vaulting box that no one else could. Ooh, yay, popcorn!
成績のいい連中を周回遅れにさせてやるぜってマラソンで全力疾走と
Or sprint as fast as I could,
そういう気持ちはあったな。
trying to lap those guys with good grades when we did a
勉強
marathon.
はダメだったから少なくとも運動では見返してやるぜって根性はあった。
I love how we're having this deep conversation to explain why Maria is Maria. Yeah, I don't know if you've played any Uchikoshi games, but I was joking, like, Uchikoshi info dumps about esoteric bullshit he knows, and meanwhile Ryukishi info dumps about child behavioral psychology. It was in my nature that if I couldn't study well, then at least I could get back at them by exercising.
なるほど。ちゃんと成長期してるな、俺。
I get it. I really went all out during my growing period.
男子ってやっぱり肉体的な方面に関心が向くよ。
I guess boys do tend to focus more on physical things.
でもよ、同じ時期に女子は精神的な面に向きやすいんだよ。
But you know, girls of the same age tend to focus more on emotional
バ
things.
トラのクラスの女子にも占いとか霊感とかそんなこと言ってる女子連中のグループがあったりしただろ？
I'll bet there were groups of girls in your class that were really interested in like fortune telling and their spiritual senses.
あったあった。
Yeah, there was. You were the same way. You obeyed the rules in your studies and hated when people broke the rules or whatnot. Yeah, we're the same. Stella jumped up again, and it is close to her feed time, but I'm involved, Stella. I want to finish the scene. She's sitting right in front of the screen where I'm playing the game. Good thing I can see the text through OBS because the text is really huge. They'd come over asking me for my sign and my blood type.
血液型とか聞いてきて、ああ、やっぱりクスクス。
And then they'd laugh. Oh, I thought so. Stop looking at anime. Look at me. I'm looking at you, Stella.
とか笑われると大いにムカついたもんだぜ。
It really got on my nerves.
どこのクラスに行っても女子は占いが好きだし。
No matter which class you go to, girls like fortune
決まって
telling.
霊感に強いだの弱いだの、感受性がどうこう、見えないものが見えちまうだの、そういう手合いが必ずいたもんだぜ。
Okay. There was always a group that went on about spirit senses being strong or weak or sensitivity or seeing things that can't be seen.
占いも霊感も学校では教えないものだからね。
That's because fortune telling and spiritual senses are things that aren't taught in school.
男の子と違い、内向的な世界に関心を持ちやすい女の子にとって、
To girls who, unlike guys, are more introverted.
それはアイデンティティを確立しやすくて、かつ興味深いジャンルなんだよ。
That's a genre which is easy to build an identity upon, and one that they find very interesting. Some of your friends are also obsessed with horoscopes and signs, so when they find out you're a Taurus, they'll say the same thing like, oh my god, that makes sense, that fits you so well. Stella! She knocked over the... No, hold on a second. Okay, there we... God damn it. Okay, I think I'll probably take a break, fix my setup that my cat just disrupted, and feed her, since that's what she's disrupting me for. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. The disaster has passed.
男子が成長期に入ると急に悪ぶったりして大人に反抗を始めるのと全く同じに
Just like when boys enter their growing period and start acting tough and rebelling against
女
adults.
子も成長期に入るとそういうのに興味が出るようになるんだよ
When girls enter their growing period, they start getting interested in that kind of thing instead.
私はそうでもなかったけどさ
Well, not me though.
つまりマリアがオカルトに関心を持つのは年頃の女の子としてはそう珍しくもないってことか
So Maria having so much interest in the occult, isn't that rare among girls her age? Even if you accept that, I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. What's your gender, horoscope, or violence? No, the two genders, horoscope or violence, Jesus. Well, I think I can accept it vaguely.
さっきも言った通り、大人になるというのは知識や経験を持つことを言う。
As I said before, becoming an adult means gaining knowledge and experience.
だからそれを得るために子供たちはいろいろなことを学んで子供を脱却しなければならないんだけど。
So kids must study various things so that they can gain knowledge and truly awaken.
子供の世界に今も昔もはびこっているある便利な妄想があるんだよ。
There is a specific kind of fantasy useful for this, which is and has always been prolific in the world of children.
わかるかい？
You know what that is?
漫画やアニメに多いだろ
You see it all the time in manga and anime, right?
ほらあれだよ
You know,
前世の記憶が蘇ってとか
like memories coming back to you from a former life.
偉大なるなんとかの魂が乗り移ってとか
Or like channeling the soul of the great whatever. Oh, so they're talking about Chunibyo? They're talking about Chunibyo. They're like, all right, the thing is that Maria is somehow a Chunibyo, even though she's 9 years old and not in her second year of middle school. Hey, Maria, what do you want to be when you grow up? Maria, I want to be in a cult.
他にも遺伝子が覚醒したりとか
How do I describe Chuni without using a term that doesn't exist in the mid-80s? There's also sleeping genes awakening.
封印されていた能力やら記憶やらが戻ったりとかいろいろあるな
Or sealed powers or memories returning. There's a lot of versions.
そういうわけかあの時期はそういうのがやたらと流行るもんさ
For some reason, those kind of things are really popular at that age.
どうしてだ
Why is that?
今挙げたキーワードはすべて子供の自分に知識や経験を直ちに付加できる幻想だからだよ。
All of those examples you've just mentioned are fantasies by which children can immediately add knowledge and experience to their childhood selves.
9歳の女の子も1000年を生きた魔女が私に憑依していると言い出せば
How do I reference modern anime and manga without naming them because they don't exist yet? Even a 9-year-old girl simply has to say that she has a 1,000-year-old witch possessing her.
1009歳のアイデンティティが得られるわけだからね。
And she can gain a 1,009-year-old identity. She never said that Beatrice was possessing her, though. She was just so obviously being possessed that you guys thought she was pretending to be possessed. She never said she was possessed. It just comes across that way so strongly.
まあつまり勉強するのは面倒くさい
So what you're saying is that for people who think studying is
でも人
annoying,
とは違うスキルを持って周りに威張りたい、ちやほやされたいっていう連中にとっては便利なもん。
but want to learn different skills from everyone
そうなんだよ
else,
な。
skills different from everyone else, and brag about it, get attention from it. It's a convenient delusion. I didn't know Umineko was the Simpsons and predicting the future. Whoa. Oh my god. Yes, this was written in the 1980s, everybody. No, I'm just kidding. So you can brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream?
あとは子供からの脱却願望には必ず自分の理想像の自己投影が行われ。
Oh, I knew a lot of people who insisted their eyes changed color with their mood. Some seriously chuny friends at 9, girls who said they had magic mind control powers in their eyes. Actually, the fact that I have 2 completely unrelated chuny friends is kind of funny in hindsight. Oh my gosh. Now I'm trying to remember. The kind of pretending you had memories from your former life thing kind of rang true with me. Yeah, all sorts of weird fantasies, but I didn't think anytime I like imagined something weird, I didn't think I'd use it as like a way to get attention. It was just very unserious for me anyway. There, she did make some of your first OCs. Oh, thank you, old chuny friends. You kept saying you were immortal since you were always getting injured as a kid. That should have 100% broke a bone or two. That's awesome. I mean, yeah, that's a good one. I mean, yeah. So, like, if I ever believed weird stuff, I wouldn't... I think I'd only say it out loud if I was playing, right? I wasn't making it, yeah. Not about yourself. You'd go along with your friends, though, act like they'd hypnotized me as long as they didn't get carried away. That's kind of cute, Cece. Supportive friend. Yay! Furthermore, their ideal self-image is always self-projected onto their desires to escape from being a kid. And it's not rare for that desired
その願
form.
望の姿が別人格として形成されることが少なくない。
And it's not rare for that desired form to become established as an alternate personality.
バトラ君だって家と学校では多少キャラクターが違うということがあるんじゃないかな。
Even you, Battler-kun. I'm sure your character is a little different at home and at school,
多
right?
分家での自分の姿をクラスの友人たちに見せるのは恥ずかしいはずだよ。
It would probably be embarrassing if anyone at school saw how you were at
学
home.
校の自分は自分のなりたい姿の投影で、家の自分は本来の姿だから。
At school, you try to project yourself as you want to be, but home is where you are your true self.
つまりキャラクターの使い分けというか。
So, in other words, I'm changing my character for different situations. To be fair, it still holds true to this day that your brother keeps giving you 4 rolls of bubble wrap for your birthday. Oh, right, I was talking to Jessica and Battler about our different personas. Yeah. But yeah. So the bubble wrap, so you don't so you have some cushioning and don't keep falling and having things happen where you should have broke a bone.
人格の多重化はごくごく当たり前だと言いたいわけか。
Are you trying to say that having multiple personalities is actually really common?
オカルトが好きな女子はそれを憑依と言ったり覚醒と言ったりするぜ。
A girl who is a fan of the occult might say that she's being possessed or has awakened. But Maria never said that. She's just extremely strongly coming off that way.
正直ドン引きするくらいにキャラを変える子もいるよ。
In a different setting, Maria would enjoy online RP a lot. I think you're absolutely right. She wants to be a witch in every RP. Honestly, there are some kids who can change their personalities so drastically, it can change your whole opinion of them.
男子にもいるだろ
Even some boys,
キ
right?
レたとか言ってやたらめったら粗暴キャラに変身するやつ
Guys who just blow their top and get violent over nothing. We need to get her off this island and onto character RP Epic Mafia. Yes! I feel like, oh my god, I feel like Maria would freaking like murder at Mafia. Like literally and figuratively. Like whether she was a townie or a killer. Like the other side would get annihilated. Oh my god, we need Maria to play Among Us. That's like modern Mafia. If everyone in Umineko played Among Us, Maria would win. Even some boys, right? Guys who just blow their top and get violent over nothing.
あれ本人はかっこいいと思ってるんだろうけど見てて痛いよな
I bet they think it's pretty cool, but it's painful to watch.
つまりおさらいすると
Battler's like, anyway! Battler, who just grabbed Kanon by the collar for no reason earlier, is like, anyway! So, let's sum this all up.
マリアくらいの年頃の女の子がさっきみたいな不気味な二重人格のようなものを見せても
Girls of about Maria's age, even if they show a creepy second personality like she did a minute ago,
それほど珍しいものじゃない
you're saying that's not such a rare thing?
簡単にまとめるとそういうことだね。
When you first saw this, you thought she was the messenger, not being possessed, since that seemed a bit obvious from how they were pushing the narrative. Yeah, I guess it would be a little too obvious. But she did say she was Beatrice's messenger, and she's just the messenger. But if you bring it together simply, that's what it
アイデン
means.
ティティは自己を形成するための大切なもの。
Identity is an important thing used to build up one's sense of self.
それをバカにしたりする
If you make fun of
と
that,
かえってその殻に閉じこもってしまうこともある。
it could actually cause children to go back into their shell.
だからほどほどに付き合ってあげるのが大切なんだよ。
So it's important to go along with them to some degree.
それを丸ごと受け入れてあげるのが親の包容力というものなんだけどね。
Although to accept it completely requires the tolerance of a parent. Odd thing to say when, oh my god, why am I blinking? Odd thing to say when Rosa wasn't accepting at all. Yeah, that's harsh with what we saw of Rosa. Yeah, exactly. Is she Chuni, possessed, or the secret third thing? They've also been having this conversation with the child nearby. Why not just ask her? Oh yeah.
兄貴、それで独身って信じられない。
Battler! Wrong time! No go! Don't say that! Don't say that! Battler! Not the right time! Battler! No! No! Battler! Wrong time! Wrong time! Don't say not to. It's okay, she's not listening. Maria is an iPad baby, a TV baby. Aniki, I can't believe you aren't
もう
married.
子供が中学くらいに上がってそうな貫禄さ。
You sound like you've already raised kids through middle school. Battler! I'm doing the slicing neck motion. No, cut it. His wife was alive barely 8 hours ago. Don't remind him, dumbass.
じゃあローザおばさんもあのマリアの二重人格についてはよく知っていたのかな。
Then I wonder if Auntie Rosa also knew much about Maria's dual personality.
知ってたぜ。
She knew.
ここだけの話、ローザおばさんはすっごく嫌がってた。
Just between us, Auntie Rosa couldn't friggin' stand it.
気持ち悪いし、クラスでますます孤立を深めるだけだって。
She said it was creepy and it was just making Maria more and more separated from the rest of the class.
だからマリアがオカルトの話を始めたり、魔女みたいな声で笑い出したりすると必ずビンタしてたぜ。
So anytime Maria started talking about the occult or laughing like a witch, she'd slap her.
だからマリアもローザおばさんがいる時にはそういう話をしないようになったみたいだけど。
And it looks like Maria stopped talking that way in front of her. Maybe it was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. That thing that had happened back there. Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to have another side to herself that wasn't infantile, she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. In the beginning, I had found that very disturbing. But after George Aniki's lecture, it felt like this was a path that everyone walked down at one time or another. I feel like this is a little extreme, but I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help protect peace on Earth. My face turns red when I remember how during what we called battle practice, battler and battle practice, we would chant EDF, EDF. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, oohing and laughing just like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal witch that she admired and blindly accepted, was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I calmed down a little. I had started to recover from the shock of my bizarre experience in the kitchen. If I hadn't talked to Aniki and Jessica, I might still have been frightened by the idea that an invisible witch was standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation of what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle fantasies of a growing girl. But Genji-san, Kanon-kun, and Kumasawa Ba-chan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They had silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Auntie Eva had claimed that no 19th person exists, saying that someone within the family had committed the crime in connection with their messy quarrel. On the other hand, Aunt Natsuhi had claimed that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. That meant that she was denying that the crime had been committed by one of us, and accepting that a 19th person exists. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had agreed that a 19th person exists. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They had said that it was an invisible witch plotting something mysterious. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit a human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of the possibilities. Not even the most ridiculous one about the witch.
ジェシカ、ベアトリーチェの話ってのは、俺の認識では森に子供たちが迷い込まないようにってんで作った大人の脅し話だってことになってんだが。
Jessica, all I know about the story of the witch is that it was a story made by the adults to keep the kids too scared to enter the forest, but...
この屋敷じゃ違うのか?
Is it different here in the mansion?
私もバトラと同じ意見だぜ。
I'm with you on this.
こんなのは子供に言うことを聞かせるために親が作った間抜けな怪談だと思ってる。
I think it was just a dumb ghost story made by the parents so their kids would listen to them.
でも、そうだと口にはできない空気が屋敷内にあることは否めないな。
But I can't deny that the atmosphere inside the mansion makes it a little hard to say it out loud.
おじい様がベアトリーチェは存在すると公言されているからね。
Because grandfather has proclaimed that Beatrice does exist.
使用人たちは立場上それを疑えないし。
And because of their position, the servants can't doubt that.
クラウスおじさんたちもおじい様と喧嘩がしたいわけもないから表向きは口を揃えてる。
Jessica's mother and father don't want to get into a fight with him either, so on the surface they go along with it.
だから多分このお屋敷ではベアトリーチェの存在を疑うことはある種のタブーだと思うんだよ。
So you could probably say that inside this mansion, doubting the existence of Beatrice is a kind of taboo.
年に一度しか来ない僕たちと違ってね。
Unlike the rest of us who only come here once a
そうでし
year.
ょ。
Is that right? Jessica puffed out air in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right.
ジョージ兄さんの言う通りだぜ。
You've got it. Totally.
みんな腹の中じゃ信じてるわけじゃない。
No one really believes it on the
で
inside.
も、表向きはその存在を認めてる。
But on the outside, they accept she exists.
ほら、神様の存在を認めるような、そんな雰囲気だよ。
However, the servants seem a little more convinced of it than the kids. I'm just saying. And Kanon and Shannon have seen the butterflies. See, it's just like the way some people are about gods. I don't know if it's in the Switch version, but did you check the... Oh yeah. Yes, it does have that. It's wild. So they have the whole family tree, and read it out the people who were dead, and yeah, they showed what parts of their faces are gone. And then there's these creepy little like Maria or Beatrice kind of descriptions. Like, I'll be seeing her again, so I'm not lonely. Like, excuse me? Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. Excuse me? Yeah. I know that. It's wild. So yeah. Kinzo's missing, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people accounted for. So it was everybody who was shut in the parlor. See, it's just like the way some people are about
実
gods.
際にはいないことを知ってても、それを口に出して否定したら野暮みたいな空気だな。
Even if you know there's actually no such thing, it feels rude to actually say that out loud.
使用人たちの間ではどういうことになってんだ？
How do you think the servants feel about it amongst themselves? Good question to ask, Battler.
やっぱり雇い主のじい様がいるって言ってんだから、それに口を合わせてるわけか？
It's so spooky because if you read it in a certain order, you can get a conversation, but also a sort of who died first. Hold on. What? We start where it all begins. So Kraus was killed first? He has the right to lament his ill fortune. She was chosen by the demons. That's all there is to it. I'll be seeing her again. I'm not lonely. Don't worry. Everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. How unfortunate. Apparently he was actually supposed to be on duty at the guest house. A conversation. We start where it all begins. Unless he was the last one to die. I think I need more context. It's kind of hard to eke out an order right now. Losing a roulette, lamenting to bad luck. She was chosen by the demon's roulette. That's all there is to it. He has the right to lament his ill fortune. Yeah, I could see that. I'll be seeing her again, so I'm not lonely. And don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. Both sound like they could be the last one. So this is also about misfortune. So Godo could be like before or after Rudolph and Kyrie. Well, if Shannon really was picked because Natsuhi was unavailable because of the scorpion charm, then maybe she was the last one. Or maybe she was the first one since she saw the butterfly and that's the last time we saw her. Right now it's not as obvious, but as the game progresses it'll be more clear. Okay, I figured it was maybe something like that. It's a nice detail too, and I noticed like it's a conversation. So like a conversation between Maria and Beatrice, I'm assuming, but I'm not gonna ask for details because that's a spoiler, but... Ooh. Okay, I'll definitely check later. Thank you. A good idea to check it often. Okay. How do you think the servants feel about it amongst themselves? Is it true that, since grandfather who employs them says she exists, they have to go along with it? Well... I don't really know the details. But between the servants, the story about Beatrice has been treated a bit like a ghost story. Remember yesterday when Shannon was talking to us down by the beach? About how they saw unsettling things while doing the rounds in the mansion at night. She had said something like that, hadn't she? Back then I didn't give it much thought, assuming that she was just going along with the displeased Maria. But now that I think about it, she did say that, and completely seriously. That's right. She definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji-san and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も。
In addition, some servants have also seen will-o'-the-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around.
カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。
Kanon-kun also said that he saw something like that when he went patrolling one night.
あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。
And recently, the servants have been talking about strange footsteps inside the mansion near midnight.
私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうと囁き合ってるんですよ。
We have whispered together that the Beatrice-sama from the portrait sometimes walks through the mansion invisible. Oh, invisible!
ずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
It happened a long time ago, but I've also heard those kind of footsteps while patrolling at night. That's right. She definitely said that. Exactly the same thing that I had been told just now.
でも怯えることはないんですよ。
Oh, but there's nothing to be afraid of, you
ベ
know?
アトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。
Beatrice-sama is another ruler of this mansion separate from the
だ
master.
から変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
So she won't do anything bad, as long as you respect her and don't act oddly afraid.
ただし敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
However, she's fearsome if you don't respect her, right? Right, Battler?
はい。
Yes.
私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ち
I heard that someone who quit just before I began
腰に大怪
working.
我をして辞めた方は
I knew that had been mentioned before. After falling down the stairs and receiving a large injury to their
ベアト
back,
リーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。
had been speaking badly of Beatrice-sama.
だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought down upon this person.
敬わないとお怒りに触れて怪我をする。
If you don't respect her, her anger will be brought down upon you and you will be injured. Dual wielding Umineko in the Game Awards. Hey, didn't she pay attention to the title of this stream? You gotta make a choice. No, I'm just kidding. I wish you the best of luck.
つまり使用人たちにとってベアトリーチェって存在は
So, to the servants, Beatrice's existence
お稲荷さんにいたずらしたらお狐様のたたりがあるってくらいには信憑性があるわけだ。
is just as credible as the story that if you pull pranks on Inari-san, you'll be cursed by the kitsune. Not interested in the awards, so here I am. Hey, glad to have you. Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. Yeah, that's true. A little afraid, so you have a little respect. I feel like that's a lot of people are like that. You see it a lot, even in residential areas, such as when someone is building a house and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that's just a big waste of time and money, but the workers say that a big accident will occur if they don't do it, so they apparently never neglect the procedure. You also hear about how if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there would be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport and had to remove an Inari-san that was in the way, all of the workers were suddenly taken out by some mysterious fever. Ooh. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it isn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. I've seen that. I had an online friend who was visiting, and so I guess it was I don't know if I don't think it was literally Airbnb, but it was like an Airbnb-esque situation. Like she was staying in like somebody's house, and the little neighborhood was really close to the Skytree, so like in the middle of Tokyo. And yeah, right near the house there was like a shrine, almost like a little park or courtyard, kind of just put there, and then the streets and the buildings were all around it, like really cramped up. So yeah, that immediately springs to mind. And this isn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how people baptize babies. If I remember correctly, by the Christian doctrine, unbaptized souls, though their sin is the lightest, still fulfill the conditions for going to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if a parent can prevent their child from going to hell with just that little effort, they will happily go through with that ceremony. I feel like it's also a social acceptance thing, right? Like your relatives are gonna get upset with you if you don't baptize the baby. Or something like that, right? That's kind of what Jessica was saying earlier with it's kind of rude to say you don't believe in God around people who believe in God and stuff like that. How do we get from Maria's going through a phase, Mom, to oh yes, baptism? I mean, what if I told you that I played a game where people were stuck in a freezer, and that led to conversations about the sister ship of the Titanic and Egyptian mummies. This is not new to me. Your sister and you were baptized Catholic because of that? Didn't find out for a while? I mean, I'm kind of the same way. I guess my family wasn't freaking out that I wasn't baptized, but we need to dunk Maria in holy water to exorcise the witch. Battler will laugh at that too. But so one of my parents, yes, Zero Escape, yeah, that's what I meant earlier when I was saying Uchikoshi games. But anyway, when I was little, one of my parents' patients ended up looking after me when I was a kid. Like, you know, she was so excited hearing that, you know, my mom was gonna have a baby and stuff. And she had a great-grandchild who was almost the same age as me, or was like a little older than me. So we played together as kids and stuff, and like the great-grandma was looking after me. But she was all like, you're not getting that baby baptized? So I got baptized at a Black Baptist church. Which apparently my grandparents, who were, you know, white Mormons, were kind of like, that bowled them over, I guess. Not that my parents really gave a shit, but that happened. But yeah, they were like, I only got baptized because of other people's concerns that I wasn't going to be. So yeah, similar thing happened to me. In short, your mom was Catholic and your dad's Christian, but never talked about religion since they want me to decide if I want to believe or not. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice that they did that. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we are still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could say that it's a passive acceptance of the supernatural. Maybe the only difference on this island was that Beatrice was the same name that was respected here. Or Beatrice was the name that was respected here. So in other words...
じゃあ、つまり、この島で、とても人間技とは思えない何かが起これば、それはベアトリーチェの仕業だ。
If anything happens that doesn't seem explainable in human terms, it's called the work of Beatrice.
シャノンちゃんも言ってた気がするな。
I think Shannon-chan was talking
ちゃ
about
んと
it.
閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか。
About windows and doors that had definitely been properly shut or locked being open the next time they were checked.
消したはずの明かりがついていたり、つけたはずの明かりが消えていたりとか。
Lights that had been off being on and lights that had been on being off.
で、確かジェシカは朝出かけようとしたらカバンが見つからないのもベアトリーチェの仕業だってふざけてたんだよな。
And if I remember right, Jessica, you used to joke that it was Beatrice's doing that you couldn't find your bag sometimes when you went to leave in the morning, right?
よく覚えてるな。
Good memory.
普通なら妖精さんが隠したとでも言うところが、この島ではベアトリーチェがになるってだけの話だぜ。
Normally you'd say a fairy took him, but on this island it's Beatrice.
ま、そんなくったらない話さ。
Man, what a stupid story.
このお屋敷も築30年くらい
Jessica's
になる
next
そうだ
on
か
the
らね。
chopping block after Battler. You heard it here. Your dad's best friend was gonna be your godfather, but they were worried it sounded like they were pushing it too much. Oh. Aw. The lady I was talking about who was looking after me, I think was technically my godmother, but my parents still weren't that concerned about that kind of thing. I'm glad they, you know, were trying to be that thoughtful, though. That's really nice. This mansion has been standing for about 30 years by now, hasn't it? It's natural for things that old to get their fair
そ
share
れだ
of
けに
ghosts
なれ
and
ば
occult
多
stories.
少の怪談やオカルトは生まれてくるものだよ。
I feel like 30 years isn't even that old for a building. Like maybe one or two ghost stories, not their fair share.
学校の七不思議なんかのようにね。
Like the 7 mysteries at a school, like the 7 mysteries of Honjo, if you were here when I was playing Paranormicide.
そこで
So here
チェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
is where we flip over the chessboard. Huh?
つまりこの島では人間にはできないことはベアトリーチェの仕業と置き換えることができるルールがあるってわけだ。
Basically, on this island, there's a rule that Beatrice can be blamed for anything that couldn't have been done by humans.
人間にはできないこと。
Anything that the humans can't do.
人間は何人だ？
How many humans are there?
18人だ。
There's 18.
つまり
In other words,
犯人はこの島のルールにのっとってこの事件は魔女の仕業だとアピールしてることになる。
the culprit is modeling things after this rule, trying to make it appear that this crime was the work of the witch.
つまりそれは19人目の仕業ですよと 訴えたくて仕方がないわけだ。
In short, they desperately want to claim this as the doing of a 19th person.
気に入らねえぜ。
I don't like it. It was insanely confusing when he went to private school for the first time in 5th grade and having to study the Bible for homework after spending the last decade about science and whatnot. But it was fun looking at it through a different lens. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, I guess a similar thing happened to me when, you know, the lady I was talking about was babysitting me a lot. So there were a couple of times where I went to Sunday school with her great grandkids, and I was the only person who was kind of like, huh? What? I remember there was some times that they were like God created everything, and I was like, but what about the universe? I think is what I said when I was like 7 or 8 or something like that, and then the kids were like, what are you talking about, girl? God created that too, you know. So I guess I could relate to that much, but still, after all the fuss your parents put through, it seems interesting that they'd send you to like a Christian private school, but I can understand if there's other reasons. Like in middle school, I went to a private school because my mom was concerned that the school I was zoned for was going to be dangerous. And but on the other hand, it was like the only secular private school in the city, and it happened to be nearby. So that's still, so I still like didn't have anything shoved down my throat, but with the Sunday school thing, I guess that's kind of happened to me once or twice. Anyway, I don't like it. I really don't like it.
全然気に入らねえ。
気に入らないって何がだよ。
What don't you like?
仮に不可視の19人目が存在して、そいつが自分の存在をアピールしたいなら。
Just assume that an invisible 19th person existed, and that this person wanted to make it known that they existed.
俺ならもっと完璧なタイミングでやるぜ。
If it were me, I'd do it with more perfect timing.
完璧なタイミングでってのはどういう意味だい？
What do you mean by perfect timing?
ああ。
Well,
だって事件は深夜から未明にかけて起こったのは
after all, the crime took place after midnight while it was still dark, right?
深夜まで話し合いをしてたり、夜勤をしてたり、あるいは部屋に帰って寝ていたり。
Yeah, I asked to go to one since your public school was insanely hard on the bullying. Oh no! And so I thought since private school was pretty strict, you would be fine, but little did I know it didn't change much. Oh! I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh no. Oh. Sorry you had to go through that. Man. Kids are mean. That really sucks. I'm sorry. Kids are mean, like Maria. Yeah, Battler, Maria's mean to you. Well, after all, the crime took place after midnight while it was still dark, right? People were talking together until midnight. Some people had the night shift, and some people had returned to their rooms and were sleeping.
どいつもこいつもアリバイがあやふやで、十分内部犯行が疑える段階だ。
Everyone's alibi is really vague, and there's plenty of room to suspect that the crime was committed by one of us.
ジョージの兄貴も
George Aniki?
エヴァおばさんに聞かされてるんだろ？
Auntie Eva probably told you too,
内
right?
部犯行の可能性が高いって話。
That there's a good chance that one of us is the culprit? And no shit, Battler. Yes.
まあね。
I guess.
つまり不可視の19人目が実在したなら、最初の事件は自分のアピールに失敗してるんだ。
In other words, if the 19th person really existed and wanted to show themselves, this first crime was a complete failure.
いや、そもそも時間帯が
No, in the first place, the timing was a
ミステイ
mistake.
クだ。
It's a locked room without a locked room. There's a big empty space island. Locked room. No, in the first place, the timing was a
不
mistake.
可視の19人目をアピールするためには、
This invisible 19th person really wanted to show
死んだ
themselves.
6人以外の12人が全員白であることが確定している状況下で行われなければならない。
They had to make sure that the crime took place under conditions which proved that the remaining 12 people were all innocent. He has a point. Why leave room for doubt?
疑わしい人間がゼロにならなきゃ自分の存在をアピールできないんだよ。
Oh my god, it's total drama island, except people die upon getting voted out. Unless there are no suspicious humans, they can't prove that they exist. Like, Rudolph, you're voted off the island.
全員のアリバイが一番あやふやになる深夜の時間帯は、
So by killing them in the middle of the night when everyone's alibi was at its most ambiguous,
19人目にとって自分が一番あやふやになる時間帯でもある。
whether or not this 19th person exists was also at its most ambiguous. You know what? I have to admit, Battler's making points. If everybody really wanted to believe, like, oh my god, it's Beatrice, she could have just been like, here, magic, magic, magic. There's no way it was anybody else.
にもかかわらず、その時間を選んで犯行に及んだ。
Even so, they chose that time to commit the crime. To be fair, though, it was like pretty late at night when Kinzo gave up the rings, which seems like it was the trigger point to start everything. So there's that, but still, she could have waited overnight. Or maybe she can only act at night, even with the ring given over. There's not many places to hide if they're still in the mansion and there's 12 other people left. Yeah. I guess, yeah, Battler, flip over the chessboard again. Why do you think nobody noticed that 6 people were murdered inside the building that most everybody was in and got pulled out? How did they never get caught? Anyway, or not only not get caught, how did nobody have an inkling, you know? I know people were like in their room or somewhere at the little side house, but still, even so, they chose that time to commit the crime.
そんな時間に犯行を起こせば、18
By committing the crime then, it's
人の
obvious
誰かが疑われるのは明白。
that one of the 18 would be suspected.
にもかかわらず、マリアに手紙を渡して魔女を名乗り、誰もが自分でないと否定している。
Yet they took the name of the witch and handed Maria the letter, and everyone denies doing it. Wait, well, George, you're the first person saying that the killer is the same person who handed Maria the letter. Nobody's said that yet. Was the killer the same person who handed her the umbrella? How does one simply kill 6 people in one go and not get caught with noise or screams and seeing them drag a body or two? Drag all 6 bodies, actually, to the rose garden without leaving a noticeable trail. Like, there's blood on the ground in the dining hall, but there's no like drag marks. Like, I think everybody who was walking through the rose garden would have seen something amiss if there was like drag marks on the ground, blood or otherwise, you know. Yet they took the name of the witch and handed Maria the letter, and everyone denies doing it. But it does become more possible if, like they were saying earlier, more than one person did it. But I feel like the amount of people who had to be in cahoots would be pretty high in order for nobody to notice anything. You know what I mean? Anyway, or the risk would be high. And the more people you have, the risk that you would be noticed would be even higher, unless everybody who was still alive in the mansion was involved. Because you could say, there's with the hurricane, I mean the typhoon going on, there's a pretty low chance that anybody in the guest house could have done it. But I mean, it's pretty obvious Natsuhi didn't do it, since we were like seeing things from her perspective. And I don't think there were a whole lot of people left in the mansion besides her who didn't die. Had to kill if they were noticed. True. So, but if this was for the epitaph, you'd have to kill exactly 6 people, and exactly 6 people were killed, which seems to kind of lower the chance that if there were any witnesses, that they would be killed to silence them, right? Because then you wouldn't have exactly 6 sacrifices. Alright, anyway,
つまりベアトリーチェという19人目がいるように見せかけたい人間が18人の中にいると、こう言いたいのかよ。
In other words, you're trying to say that one of the 18 is trying to make it look like a 19th person called Beatrice exists.
なんだかぶっ飛んだ発想だな。
That's pretty crazy.
まだお袋の屋敷の外に不審者が潜んでいるって話の方が信憑性があるってもんだぜ。
I think my mom's theory that someone is hiding outside the mansion is a little more credible.
まさかバトラはこの客間の中に犯人がいると疑っているのかよ。
Battler, don't tell me you actually suspect that someone in this room is the culprit.
ああ。
Yeah.
何者かが俺たちにベアトリーチェが存在すると
Someone is trying to force us to accept that Beatrice exists.
そうさ。昨夜のあの手紙からもう事件は始まっていたんだ。
That's right. The letter last night is when this whole thing started.
証拠も根拠も何もねえけどな。
I don't have any basis or proof, but
チェス盤を逆さにした限りじゃ俺の見立てはこんなところだ。
with the chessboard upside down, this is my best guess. No, you know what? Now I'm curious. I think the character descriptions might have reminders of who was in the mansion when it happened. So like Kinzo was in the mansion last night. Natsuhi was, but she was like conked out in her room. The cousins were all in the guest house. Did Eva and Hideyoshi return to the guest house? They said they went back to go to sleep, but I don't remember if they brave the storm to go all the way back to the guest house, or if they used the rooms prepared. I have a vague memory that they went back to the guest house, but I'm not 100% sure, and it's not saying here. Nanjo, was he at the guest house? Yeah, none of these alibis are strong, true. But I mean, if none of these alibis are strong, but I'm just thinking, like, who was left in the mansion when all of this killing and dragging was happening? Natsuhi's kind of spoken for. Kinzo is obviously the most suspicious. But also it's unlikely Kinzo was working on his own if he was involved. So I'm thinking who else in the mansion would necessarily be involved, but I think pretty much everybody was supposed to be at the guest house. People who aren't dead. I mean, like, Godo was the only... he was actually supposed to be on duty in the guest house. Yeah, but the schedules got changed. So it was Goda who was assigned to the main house. And then all these people were obviously at the main house. Shannon was supposed to go to the guest house, but the last time we saw her was at the main house. So yeah, that kind of makes Eva look suspicious again. Anyway. With the chessboard upside down, this is my best guess. Seriously, that's too crazy. Haven't you been reading too many weird detective novels?
でも無視できない着眼点もあるね。
But it does hit on a point that we can't ignore.
19人目がいるかいないかは別にしても
Whether there's a 19th person or not,
その犯人は確実にこの島のルールにのっとって何かを仕掛けてきている。
the culprit is definitely planning something based around that rule about this island.
僕はね、今バトラ君の話を聞いていて少しだけ気持ち悪いことを思い出してたんだよ。
Just now, listening to Battler-kun talk, I remembered something that's a little disturbing.
気持ち悪いことって？
Something disturbing?
うん。覚えてるかい？
Yes. Do you remember?
ベアトリーチェの手紙。
Beatrice's letter.
ベアトリーチェは利子の回収を行うと言っていたね。
It said that Beatrice was going to collect interest.
そして利子とは後ろ宮家のすべてだと言った。
And as for what that interest is, it said everything of the Ushiromiya family. Jessica and I thought back on what Maria had read aloud the previous night. It said that. It definitely said that.
そして利子の回収をこれから行うが、黄金の謎を解いたら、その権利を失うとも言ってたよな。
That the collecting of the interest would now take place, but if the riddle of the gold could be solved, she would lose that right.
おじいさまは黄金を授かり、後ろ宮家を再興した。
Grandfather was granted the gold, and the Ushiromiya house prospered.
つまり黄金を資本に生み出したものすべてが利子だってベアトリーチェは言っている。
Basically, Beatrice is saying that everything he birthed from that gold counts as interest.
つまり
In other words,
冗談きついぜ兄貴。
that's pretty scary for a joke, Aniki.
まさか後ろ宮家のすべて。
Don't tell me that everything of the Ushiromiya
つまり
family,
じいさまが生み出したものすべてってことは
in other words, everything that grandfather gave birth
じ
to,
いさまから血を分けた一族のことを指すってのかよ。
refers to everyone with grandfather's blood flowing through their
あの
veins.
手紙をそう読み解いたなら
If you read the letter
こ
that
の殺
way,
人はベアトリーチェが行った正当な利子の回収ということになる。
These murders are just Beatrice legitimately collecting interest. George! Solving the riddle of the gold. Use your, you've read that epitaph. It was calling for 6 sacrifices.
If
that's the case, these crimes will continue. Because the collection of interests is only halfway completed. George turned around, looking over the parlor. There were still many people who held the name Ushinomiya. And we knew that, since Goda-san and Shannon-chan had been killed, not even the servants who didn't bear the name Ushinomiya would be spared. Are we all going to be killed? But that's weird, George-ni-san. Why only 6 people then? They could have killed a lot more. In the worst case, it might even have been possible for them to assault us all while we were sleeping and kill everyone in a single night. Why didn't they do that? The special clause. If someone managed to solve the riddle of the gold, the right to the interest would be lost. And remember how the very last part of the letter concluded? It said for everyone to try to solve the riddle of grandfather's gold.
Jesus!
Jesus! It looks like we're finally getting close to understanding the culprit's message. In other words, the culprit is telling us to try to solve the riddle on that epitaph grandfather made. Finally, they're getting back around to the epitaph. Furthermore, they're saying that if we just sit around, they'll keep collecting the interest. I realized that this was all based on several crazy guesses, but not everything that happens in this world is joined together in a perfect line. Most unknown phenomena are nothing but individual points. By joining them together into lines, we deepen our understanding. The closer together the points at the end of those lines are, the more logical it is and the easier to understand. And the farther away they are, the more it lacks those qualities. That is why we use a distance analogy and call such theories way out there. However, if you can only join up to a small limited distance away, we call that having a limited imagination. Is imagination different from reasoning? Was I just trying to force everything that I knew about the case fit my simple imagination? No, that's not it. When you're searching around with your hands in the dark, that search is imagination. Only imagination can find the 2 points you should connect together. Reasoning is nothing more than the action of drawing the line between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I was doing might be out there, but it shouldn't be wrong either. Only the power of imagination can pull a clue out from the darkness. And the power of reasoning ties those clues together. It's a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. Okay, battler. It's alright if it's crazy. Find the weak point first. Then we can think about how to strike. Now was the time to find the points that we could tie together later. out in the ruined rose garden. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person exists. Battler discovering he's in volume 1 of the question arcs, like... and announced the theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi looked like he was really interested, but Aunt Natsuhi thought it was ridiculous. Come on, Natsuhi.
確かに
Of course.
そう考えるとあの怪しい手紙も納得がいくっていうもんや
If you think about it that way, even that letter from yesterday makes sense.
その動機はなかなかええ線をいっとると思うで
That motive seems to fit pretty well with the facts.
マリアちゃんに手紙を渡したのが誰かはさておき
Setting aside whoever it was that gave Maria-chan the letter.
ベアトリーチェはいる
Ooh, Beatrice exists! Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she had been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I took it lightly, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh.
隠し黄金など存在しません。
The hidden gold doesn't exist. Natsuhi has to insist on that point because she's the only one left alive who's seen that the gold exists. Natsuhi saw that gold herself, and now she understands why Kraus was swearing up and down that the gold doesn't exist.
ですが、その存在を妄信する犯人がお父様の黄金を目当てで。
However, the idea that we have a culprit who foolishly believes otherwise, wants father's gold,
それを私たちに解かせて横領を企んでいるという動機は、なるほどと頷けるものがあります。
and whose motive is to make us solve the riddle and then steal the gold from us does indeed make some sense.
しかし、ならばなぜ後宮家の主要な人物ばかりを最初に殺したのです？
I mean, not necessarily. Kinzo could be alive, and Eva's in right behind Kraus, right? However, in that case, why did they kill those most highly ranked in the Ushinomiya family first?
道理ですな。
A good point.
謎を解かせるなら、金蔵さんに近しい人物を先に殺すことは得策ではないはずです。
If they wanted to make us solve the riddle, killing those closest to Kinzo-san doesn't sound like a good plan to me. I don't know. I feel like Nanjo and Genji are closer to Kinzo-san than his own family, so... I agree.
それに、その論法で行くんだったら、最初にお父様を脅迫した方が早くない？
Besides, if we follow that argument, wouldn't it have been quicker if they'd threatened father in the first place? Yeah, Natsuhi completely ignoring Shannon and Goda. Yeah, I know, right? Sadly so. Yep, there goes Eva again.
私たちに謎を解かせるよりも、本人に答えを聞いた方が早いはずよ。
You'd think it would be faster to just ask the person who wrote it rather than try to force us to solve it.
確かにその通りや
That's also a good
もっ
point.
ともお父さんが並大抵の脅迫で口を割るとは思えんが
Of course, I don't think that father would let it slip from any ordinary threat.
金蔵さんをよく知る方なら、金蔵さんが
Anyone who knows Kinzo-san
大
well
抵の脅しには屈しないことをよく存じているでしょう。
would surely be well aware that he won't bow to ordinary threats.
これだけの財産を持つ後宮家を背負われる方です。
God, Natsuhi's like, I love Kinzo so much. You can see it in her eyes. She's like, he is the man who bears the burden of the Ushinomiya family and all its wealth.
今日まで 様々な攻撃や脅迫にさらされてきました。
He has been exposed to many threats and attacks in the past.
それらすべてに打ち勝ってきたからこそ今日の繁栄があるのです。
It is because he was able to overcome them that the family prospers today.
それに関しては私も同感だぜ。
Totally agreed on
う
that.
ちのじい様が脅されて何かに従うなんてちょっと想像もつかないぜ。
I can't imagine our grandfather letting himself get pushed around just because some asshole threatened him.
ジェシカ、言葉遣いがはしたないです。
Jessica, that is not how we talk.
はい。
Aww. Yes.
ならこういう発想はどうだ。
In that case, what about this
いや、
one?
これもぶっ飛んでるか。
No, wait, is this out there as well? What, that the sacrifices are the 6 in there? Okay, okay, come on. All right, here we go. I couldn't hesitate. A crazy idea is like a bow and an arrow. Oh my god, he is truly having a Phoenix Wright moment. Fly by the seat of your pants. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon that can strike enemies from afar. Research shows that most people who have died in battles were killed by wounds from arrows. The fact that he knows all this stuff while also being named Battler is so funny. In a battle, you don't shoot off just one arrow. You shoot off a whole bunch of arrows at once and assault the enemy soldiers with a wall of them. So shoot them over and over. Assault the truth with a wall.
犯人が隠された黄金が狙いってんなら、俺たちに解かせるのは効率が悪い。
If the culprit is after the hidden gold, it would be very inefficient for them to force us to solve the riddle.
謎を作った本人に答えを聞く方が手っ取り早いさ。
Asking the person who made it in the first place would be much quicker and easier.
じゃあさ、これはつまり。
In that case, the question is...
全てじい様に当てたメッセージってことじゃないのか。
Is this all a message directed at grandfather? In other words, these murders were a threat directed at grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? If you think about it that way, it explained grandfather's mysterious disappearance. If the culprit had attacked grandfather, then judging by the state of the 6 bodies were left in, he would definitely have been displayed somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still hadn't found him. Did that mean that grandfather had been kidnapped and was being held somewhere? How could... You aren't saying... How could... That sounds interesting. So father is being confined somewhere. And being threatened that if he doesn't tell them the location of the gold, we will be killed off one by one.
その話のどこが面白いのか理解に苦しみます。
I struggle to understand what you find interesting about that. Aunt Natsuhi threatened her, but Auntie Eva just smiled calmly.
この時間になっても姿を現さない以上、おじい様が事件に巻き込まれているのはほぼ間違いないと思います。
Since we still haven't seen him after all this time, I think that it's almost certain that grandfather has gotten caught up in the crime.
それを思えば、バトラ君の仮説も無視することはできないんじゃないですか。
When you think about that, you can't just ignore Battler-kun's theory, right?
ジョージは黙ってなさい。
Stay quiet, George. Eva! Aw, man.
そもそもお父様っていついなくなったのかしら。
In the first place, when exactly was it that father went missing? Also, I gotta say, stay quiet, George. The way she puts it is in very strong terms. It's very much like, shut up, George. In Japanese, damate nasai, like shut up. Like, oh man. Stay quiet, George. In the first place, when exactly was it that father went missing?
最後にお父さんの姿を見たのは誰や？
Who was the last one to see father?
多分私でしょう。
It was probably me.
今朝主人たちの姿が見えないと騒ぎになった時、お父様の書斎にいるかもしれないという話になり、
This morning, when we were worried that we didn't know where my husband and the rest were, we were talking about how they might be in father's study.
私がお部屋にお伺いして、そこでご挨拶をしました。
And I went to check his room and greeted
そういえ
him.
ば、書斎の鍵をずっと借りっぱなしですね。
Come to think of it, I've been holding the key to his study the whole time, haven't I?
これは返しておきます。
Genji, let me return this to you. Aunt Natsuhi pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji-san. Looking at the key, Auntie Eva giggled.
ねえ、源氏さん。どうせ警察はお父様の部屋も徹底的に捜査すると思うわ。
Hey, Genji-san. I'm sure the police will inspect father's room thoroughly
何
anyway.
を隠していてもどうせ暴かれちゃう。
It doesn't matter what you hide. It will just be exposed
だったら
anyway.
ちょっと早く、今この場で話してくれてもいいんじゃないかしら。
So you might as well just tell us about it right here, right now. Don't you think?
何のお話でしょうか？
What are you talking about?
シンプルな話よ。
It's
お
simple.
父様の書斎はその鍵がなければ外から入ることはできない。
Here we go! Locked room! Don't forget, father's study is a locked room, with no way in or out except for that key.
その定義の確認をしたいの。
I want to double check how that's being
お父
defined.
様の部屋には入り口が一つある。
There is one entrance to father's study. I was waiting for this ever since they were talking about that room and introducing it.
あとは窓？
And also the windows.
他に出入り口は？
Any other entrances or exits?
ありません。
There are none.
中に入るには入り口しかありません。
I mean, there is a window, right? He was looking out of it. Didn't he open the window to like let the ring out? There is a window, right? There are none. There is no way to get in except for the entrance.
間違いなくね。
You're sure about
秘
that?
密の隠し扉なんかがあったりはしないのね。
There isn't some secret hidden door or anything?
お父様が不在である以上、後宮家の最高序列者は私よ。
Since father isn't here, I am the highest ranked member of the Ushiromiya family.
その後宮家の当主代行として聞いているの。
I am asking you as a representative of the Ushiromiya family head.
それを理解した上で答えなさい。
Understand that and answer
あの部
me.
屋には入り口以外に他に出入り口は？
Are there any ways in or out of that room other than the main
お
entrance?
父様の最高の側近だったあなたは知っているはずよ。
As father's closest aide, I'm sure you know. Aunt Natsuhi looked a little offended at the part about the highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about hidden doors?
カノン君も熊沢さんも知ってるなら教えてくれない？
You too, Kanon-kun, Kumasawa-san. If you know, won't you tell me?
あるならあるって言ってくれた方がいいの。
If there is one, it would be better if you said it.
じゃないと今からある人がとても追い詰められることになるわよ。
If there isn't, then someone is going to be very much driven into a corner in a second. What do you got up your sleeve? Your very long right sleeve of a,
隠し扉があると仮定されたら私の話はすべて水の泡。
If I'm given that there is a hidden door, then my argument comes to nothing. Auntie Eva didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner, but following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsuhi.
母さん 何の話?
Mother, what are you talking about?
ジョージは少し黙ってなさい。
He's like, shut up a little. George, stay quiet for a
ど
while.
うなの？
What do you say?
源氏さん、
Genji-san,
カノン君、
Kanon-kun,
そして熊沢さん。
and Kumasawa-san.
隠し扉はあるの？
Is there a hidden door
ないの？
or not?
源氏さんはお父様が書斎を改造した時、施工業者の監督をしていたはず。
Genji-san, when you remodeled Father's study, you must have overseen the construction.
知らないとは言わせないわよ。
I won't let you say that you don't know.
そのようなものは親方様の書斎にはありません。
There is nothing of that nature in the master's study.
間違いなく
You're sure?
片翼のわしを許されたカノン君。
What about Kanon-kun, entrusted with the one-winged eagle?
はい、
Yes,
間違いなく
I'm sure.
親方様の書斎に隠し扉などありません。
There is nothing like a hidden door in the master's study.
熊沢さんは
Kumasawa-san?
私も聞いたことがありませんよ。
No, I haven't heard of such a thing.
お父様と親交の深い南條先生は
What about Dr. Nanjo, who had a close relationship with Father?
私もそんなものは聞いたことがありませんな。
I've never heard of something like that.
結構。
Great!
じゃあいい？
Then are you ready?
話を始めるわよ。
Let me
とっ
begin.
てもシンプルな話なの。
It's really simple. Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Auntie Eva was so proudly starting to talk about. Auntie Eva laughed triumphantly, as though she were about to reveal a secret that only she knew.
お父様を最後に目撃したのは
All right,
夏日姉さんよね。
let's look at Eva's hubris. Natsuhine-san was the last person to spot Father, right?
詳しい時間は忘れちゃったけど、今朝の9時前くらいのことだと思ったわ。
I forget the exact time, but I think it was a little before 9 in the morning.
姉さん、覚えてる？
Ishiyaroma. Ne-san, do you remember?
私、あなたがお父様の書斎からちょうど出てくるところに出くわしたわよね。
Oh, this is the music when Maria was reading off the letter. Yes, I love this song. Ne-san, do you remember? I ran into you just as you were coming out of Father's study, right?
ええ、覚えています。
Wait, Natsuhi's holding a gun. Do you really want to like give her a little smackdown and corner somebody with a gun? Yes, I
そ
remember.
れが何だというのですか？
What does that have to do with anything?
そして、次に姉さんがお父様の書斎を訪れたのは
And the next time you went to visit Father's study?
兄さんたちの遺体が見つかってからよね。
That was after we had found the bodies of Nissan and the rest, right? After you went... Yeah.
それを報告しに書斎に上がり、そこで私と一緒に不在を確認したわ。
Together with me, you went up to the study to report that, and we discovered that he wasn't there.
ところで姉さん、
By the way, Ne-san,
その時お父様の書斎に入ろうとして気づいたことはなかったかしら？
at that time, when you went to enter Father's study, did you notice anything? Yeah, you're gonna accuse the person with a gun. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you're saying you're gonna corner her, the person with a gun. Okay.
気づいたこ
Notice anything?
と？何のことですか？
What are you talking about?
ほら、
Come on.
ゴミを拾ったでしょ。
Like, who's cornering who here, Eva? Yeah. You picked up some trash, right?
畳んだレシート。
A folded receipt.
確かにそんなゴミを拾った気がします。
I do seem to remember picking up some trash.
それが何か？
What does that have to do with...
そのレシートは 私が飛行場に着く前に寄った売店で飴玉を買った時にもらったものよ。
I got that receipt when I bought some candy at a store in the airport. Auntie Eva pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag.
ああ、あの時に買った飴のレシート。
Why was that in the study? Ah, the receipt from when you bought that candy? Yeah, but girl, she has not seen Kinzo even once since she got here.
でも母さん、そのレシートの話が何と関係あるの？
But mother, what does that receipt have to do with
ジ
anything?
ョージ、もうちょい黙って聞いとってや。
Even his dad is telling him to shut up. Oh, poor George. George, stay quiet and listen for just a little longer. Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. I think it would have been a little funnier if the translator had said shut up for shut up George, shut up George. I think it would have been a little funnier if they did that. We're on to the locked room mystery. Yes, hello Rowan. We are looking at a locked room mystery. And Eva seems to be accusing Natsuhi of disappearing Kinzo, but Natsuhi's got a gun, so I don't know what Eva's playing at. Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict, and also George's parents are telling him to shut up. Somehow it seemed that he understood what Auntie Eva was getting at.
本当にこれは気まぐれよ。
It was really just on a whim, you see.
何かを予見してたとか。
It wasn't out of any foresight. She can disappear like my evil before she needs to reload. Yeah. Yes. It was really just on a whim, you see. It wasn't out of any foresight.
ましてや夏日姉さんを罠に。
And I certainly wasn't planning on setting a trap for you or anything.
そんなのじゃ断じてないんだから。
Oh, liar. You were totally setting up a trap for Natsuhi.
実はね、そのレシート。
Actually, this
姉
receipt...
さんがお父様と最後に会って出てきてそこで私と会ったでしょ
You remember, Ne-san, that just after you met father and left, you met me, right? Eva goes to smack her with a fan and Natsuhi just pumps the shot. You like, want to try again? Yes! Yes!
その時、書斎の扉に私が挟み込んだ。
At that time, I stuck this into the door of the study. Oh! She was kind of right behind her opening the door, yeah. I stuck this into the door of the study.
ってことはどういうことですか？
So, what does that mean?
つまり夏日おばさんがそのレシートを拾うまで誰もドアを開けていない。
Does it mean that until Aunt Natsuhi picked up that receipt, no one had opened the door? Oh, I see why she thinks she's got Natsuhi.
ちょっと待ってよエヴァおばさん。
Well, wait a second, Auntie Eva!
レシート挟むなんてバレバレだって。
Sticking a receipt in would be obvious.
小さなが外出した時に気づいて面白がってもう一回挟み直した可能性も。
It's possible that when grandfather opened the door, he noticed it, found it interesting, and stuck it back in the door. Jessica hurriedly argued back. She still didn't really know what it meant, but she realized that whatever it was placing some kind of suspicion on her own mother.
もちろん、バレないようにレシートは小さく折りたたんだわ。
Of course, I folded the receipt up very small so that no one would notice it.
でもね、レシートが落ちるところを仮に見たとしても、扉のどこの高さの部分に挟み込んであったかは正確にはわかんないんじゃない？
But even if you assume that he saw it fall, You would have no way of knowing how high up in the door had been stuck, right? Well, how do you... You can't tell how high up it was once it's fallen and Natsuhi picks it up.
私は夏日姉さんが鍵を取り出している間に確認したわ。
I checked it while Natsuhine-san was taking the key out.
レシートが挟み込まれた位置は寸分の1ミリの違いもなく私が挟んだ場所だった。
Oh, because you were following her both times she was opening the door. I get it. I get it. The receipt was still stuck not 1 millimeter away from where I had put it.
なぜそんな子供じみたいたずらをされるのか理解できません。
I can't understand why you would pull such a childish prank.
大方、私の部屋の扉にいたずらをしたのもあなたでしょ。
Oh, finally! The doorknob's gonna become public knowledge. Eva's gonna have nothing to do with that. I'll bet you were the one who did that prank on my door to my room, too.
夏日さんの部屋の扉。
Finally, this is gonna become public knowledge. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this. The door to your room?
不愉快な話だったので話しませんでしたが。
It was unpleasant to talk about, so I didn't.
今朝目が覚めたら扉の外側にあのシャッターの落書きと同じと思われる赤い塗料でいたずらがされていたのです。
But this morning when I woke up, there were signs of some prank on the outside of my door with what was probably the same red paint that was scribbled across the shutter.
かきむしったような気持ちの悪い跡だ。
There were some unpleasant marks, as though someone had been tearing at the door.
なんやその話。
Wait, what is this?
なんで今まで黙っとったんや。
Why have you been silent about this until now?
申し訳ありません。
My apologies.
あの後、立て続けにいろいろと恐ろしいことが起こったため、今の今まで失明していました。
Since so many horrid things have happened since then, I had completely forgotten about it until just now.
知らないわよそんなの。
I don't know or care about
私
that.
がしてるのは姉さんの部屋じゃなくてお父様の部屋の扉の話よ。
I am not talking about your door, but the door to Father's room, okay?
姉さんがお父様がいるのを確認してから私と一緒に不在を確認するまでの間あの扉は一度も開かれてないのよ。
After you checked that he was in his room, and until we made sure that he wasn't, that door wasn't opened even once.
扉を使わずどうやってお父様は外に出たのかしら。
How did Father get out if he didn't use the door? Wait, but that doesn't implicate Natsuhi because you were with her when she opened and closed the door. So that means she couldn't have opened the door to... Oh, maybe she means later? Afterwards? Natsuhi's the only one who could have done it after Eva saw Natsuhi open the door, but the receipt fell out? Okay. I think that's what she's getting at, because Natsuhi's the only one with the key. I think that's what she's trying to say. I love this song. After you checked that he was in his room, and until we made sure he wasn't, that door wasn't opened even once. How did Father get out if he didn't use the door? No. Never mind. No. No, there's still a contradiction there. Because... Because he would have already had to have disappeared by the time they opened the door again, and she saw the receipt fall out. So that doesn't implicate Natsuhi because she didn't notice your receipt. She just picked it up as it was trash. It would only make sense if she put the receipt back in the exact same spot you put it. Yeah, Eva's talking out of her ass. Okay. How did Father get out if he didn't use the door?
そんなことは知りません。
I don't know that.
私が知りたいくらいです。
That's what I want to know.
夏日姉さんの他にお父さんの在室を確認したのは誰や？
Natsuhine-san, other than you, who else checked to see whether Father was in his room?
昨夜金蔵さんとチェスをしたのがあった最後ですが。
The last time I met Kinzo-san was when we were playing chess last night.
夕食の直前までご一緒だったはずです。
I believe I was with him until just before dinner.
それより後の時間は誰かおらんのか？
Did anyone see him after that?
私です。
I did.
昨夜の晩餐のお世話をしております。
I gave him his dinner last night.
はい、僕とシャノンも一緒でした。
Yes, Shannon and I were with him.
ここまでは間違いなくお父さんも部屋にいたやろな。
So up till then, Father was still definitely in his room.
だがな、夏日姉さん。
But
不在
Natsuhine-san,
だった書斎は窓も扉も全て閉め切られた状態だったそうやないか。
it sounds like when you found out he wasn't there, all ways in or out of the study were closed, right?
なのに夏日さんは今朝お父さんに会って話をした言うと。
But even so, you said that you met and talked with him this morning.
私には皆さんが何を契約になっているのか分かりません。
I don't understand why everyone has become so gloomy.
どなたか説明してくださいますか。
Could someone explain it to me?
父さんと母さんは夏日おばさんが今朝おじい様に会ったというのは嘘だと言っているのかい？
Mother and father, are you saying that what Aunt Natsuhi says about meeting grandfather this morning is a lie?
嘘なんかつくもんかよ。母さんは潔白だぜ。
Oh. Okay, I was kind of misled by knowing definitely that she talked to him through the door because it was from her perspective. But I guess only she heard him, so yeah. Why the hell would she tell a lie? Mom's innocent.
なんで嘘なんかつくんだよ。
Why the hell would she lie?
ジェシカ、言葉遣いを直しなさいといつも言っています。
Jessica, I keep telling you to watch your language. All at once, everything became confused. From across the parlor table, Auntie Eva and Aunt Natsuhi confronted each other, while George Aniki confronted Jessica. What the hell is going
複
on?
数の人間の目撃があるのは昨晩までよ。
Remember, it's only up until last night that we have multiple people saying they saw
でも
him.
最後、お父様の姿を見たと称するのは夏日姉さんただ一人。
But the only one who claims that they saw father since this morning is Natsuhine-san.
そして私の挟んだレシートが物語る奇妙な事実。
And then there's the fact. There's that strange fact we learned from the receipts.
さあ、この点と点はどうやれば結べるのかしら？
So, how can we connect these points together? Auntie Eva urged everyone to work their imaginations. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I didn't know what other point I could draw a line towards. The answer Auntie Eva was hoping for was that Aunt Natsuhi had lied to make it seem as if grandfather had been in that room this morning, and Auntie Eva's mere whim had exposed that?
わけわかんねえぜ。
That makes no friggin'
なんで
sense.
母さんが嘘をつかなきゃならないんだよ。
Why the hell would mom lie? If you were Jessica, you'd start swinging right now. Don't put up with people slandering my mommy. Aww.
その理由がねえじゃねえかよ。
She has no friggin' reason
そ
to.
の理由は私も知りたいわよ。
That's what I want to know.
でもねジェシカちゃん
But Jessica-chan,
お父様の材質を偽る価値が全くないとは限らないのよ
you can't say that there's no possible reason for her to lie about father being in the room, right?
推理小説でもたまに出てくるでしょ
You see it every once in a while in detective novels, don't you?
生存時刻を偽ることによって自分のアリバイを偽証するトリックよ
That trick of confusing the time of death to create an alibi. Now you're accusing my mother of murder? First lying, now murder? What are you talking about?
そんなの聞いたことないぜ
I've never even heard of that.
お父様はまだ見つからないけれど普通に考えればもう殺されていると考えるのが自然でしょうね
We still haven't found father yet, but if you think about it normally, it would be natural to assume that he has already been killed.
となれば必ず近いうちに死体は見つかる
In that case, we should expect to find his corpse soon.
その時死亡時刻をうまく偽ることができれば
Eva!
夏日姉さんはアリバイを作ることができるのよ
You seem rather calm about the possibility that every single one of your siblings and your father, your only remaining parent, were all wiped out in the same morning. You seem rather level-headed. I feel like Eva planned this little trick a while ago and planned to be bullying Kraus with it instead. I could see that, definitely. If, at that point, the time of death could be faked, Natsuhine-san would be able to create an alibi.
わかる
Do you understand?
みんな
Everyone? This morning, when Aunt Natsuhi went to check that grandfather was there, she lied, and he was already dead at that time. And she moved the body to some location and disguised it to make it seem like he had just been killed there. And then she could stay with everyone else to prepare an alibi. And then she could say, I heard someone screaming or something, and dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Auntie F is saying?
バカバカしい
How preposterous!
推理小説など所詮は娯楽小説
Detective novels are nothing more than indulgent entertainment.
そんなものばかり読んでいるからそのような不謹慎な発想に至るのです
You can only think of such an indiscreet idea because you read them all the time.
そうだぜ
Yeah!
死亡時刻を少しくらいごまかしたってそんなの警察が検視すりゃ一発でバレるじゃねえかよ
Even if she tried to fake the time of death a little, all that would be blown away in an instant once the police did their autopsy. Oh, you tell him,
古
Jessica.
典の世界だったらともかく現代日本でそんなトリック本気で通用すると思ってんのかよ
It might have fooled the people in old books, but do you seriously think that kind of trick would fly in modern Japan? Oh, get her ass, Jessica.
おかしいぜ
You love Jessica trying so hard to back her mom up. Yes, Jessica, let the rage fuel you. Start swinging. Yeah! Yeah! Are you insane? Yeah! Get her ass, Jessica. My aunt is insane.
そうかしら
You think so?
今朝南條先生が亡くなった人たちの死体を見て死亡時刻を曖昧に見積もられたわよ
This morning, when Dr. Nanjo looked at the corpses, he was only able to give a vague estimate of the time of death, right? He also said it wasn't his area of expertise, though.
検視結果は環境や個体差に非常に左右されやすい
Autopsy results are greatly affected by the corpse's surroundings and individual peculiarities.
数時間単位で誤差の出る非常にアバウトなものなのよ
It's a very rough estimate with an uncertainty of several hours.
しかも困ったことに警察の科学的な捜査は明日にならないとできない。
And unfortunately, the police's scientific investigation will have to wait until tomorrow.
そこまでの正確な死亡時刻を測ることなんてジェシカちゃんの言う現代日本でもそうそう簡単なことじゃないのよ。
Measuring the exact time of death after that, even in modern Japan, like you said, wouldn't be that easy, you know? The way that's framed in Japanese also makes it sound even more mocking. She's like, so in Jessica-chan's modern Japan, it would still be hard to to say that, like real bitch talk. Right, Dr. Nanjo?
検視は経験と勘の必要な非常に難しい作業です。
Examining a corpse is an extremely difficult task that requires both experience and instinct.
誤診率も非常に高いと聞いております。
I have heard that there is a very high rate of mistaken diagnoses.
確かにほんの数時間程度の誤差を出してしまうことは大いにあり得るでしょうな。
I imagine it is very possible for a misreading of just a few hours to occur.
しかしアリバイの世界は数時間もあれば十分やで。
However, for an alibi, that's more than enough.
古典のトリックとちゃう。
It's not just a trick for the
十
classics.
分に通用するトリックなんや。
It's a trick that actually works.
夏日姉さん、わしらあんたを疑いたいわけやないんやで。
Natsuhine-san, it's not like we want to suspect you, alright?
疑いとうないから潔白を示してほしいだけなんや。
We don't, and that's why we just want you to prove you're innocent.
何の潔白を示せというのですか。
What is this innocence you want me to prove?
今朝私は確かにお父様にお会いしました。
This morning, I definitely met with
そ
father.
して心の中に片翼のわしを刻めとお言葉をいただいて。
And he told me to keep the one-winged eagle engraved in my
あ
heart.
のお言葉をも否定するというのですか。
Are you denying that he said that
それ
too?
だけは断じて許せません。
I will definitely not permit
お
that.
父様がかけられた言葉までも否定することは断じて許せません。
Oh, Natsuhi, I won't permit you to deny that father said those words.
あるいはお父様の遺体は出てこないのかしら。
Maybe father's body won't appear at all. Oh, new Jet Set Radio announced? Cool. Cool.
普通失踪は死亡宣告に7年かかるもの。
Normally, a person has to be missing for 7 years before they're officially declared dead.
余命残りわずかなお父様を7年も延命し、その財産を独占するにはなんともうまいやり方じゃない。
Wouldn't that be a clever way to extend father's nearly finished life, another 7 years, and keep all of his wealth for yourself? Oh my god! Girl, that is some bitch galaxy thinking that you would come up with. Natsuhi couldn't come up with that shit. That's a you thought. Oh, new mana game? Cool. Yes! Yes, you can't corner a bitch with the gun! Let's go! Natsuhi with the gun! Let's go! Eva's projecting so hard right now. So real. So real. I cannot abide this!
それ以上は聞き捨てがなりません。
I cannot abide any more from you!
私は後ろ宮夏。
I am Ushinomiya Natsuhi!
この身に片翼のわしをまとう資格はなくとも胸の中にしかと刻まれています。
Although I do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle on my body, it is certainly engraved in my heart.
当主跡継ぎのクラウスの妻としてその責務を代行する私に向かって何たる暴言。
speaking that way to the wife of Kraus, successor to the head, to the person who will act as such in his place. Absolutely disgusting.
Nani?
Ah! What's this?
その銃で私を撃つの？
Are you going to shoot me with that gun?
いいわよ。
Go ahead then.
撃っちゃえば。
Emma's face? Why don't you just shoot?
どうせ言い逃れも思いつかなくて苦しまぐれなんでしょ？
You're just desperate because you can't think of a way out, aren't you?
やりなさいよ。暴力で真実をごまかしてごらんなさいよ。
Do it. Just try to obscure the truth with violence.
くだー！
You! It wasn't like Aunt Natsuhi had been actually holding that gun at the ready and threatening anyone. But after she was told by Auntie Eva, she did hold it at the ready. I love how the CG makes it look like she's pushing down the barrel with her fan. Yeah, the CG on the left was used earlier, like way earlier on during one of Eva and Natsuhi's first confrontations. And so it's come back, and yeah, it's just placing over. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji-san tried to stop her.
奥様、どうかお気をお静めください。
Madam, please calm yourself.
母さんは嘘なんかついてない。
Mom, you aren't lying.
こんなの聞き捨てなきゃ。
So there's no reason for you to listen to this.
落ち着いてえな、夏井姉さん。
Calm down, Natsuhine-san.
確かにお父さんは部屋にいたと誓ってくれればいいんやで。
Don't you just have to swear that father was definitely in that room?
それだけなのに、なんでそんなに取り乱しとるんや。
Why are you getting so worked up over that?
それもそうです。
That's right.
夏日さんは嘘をついていない。
Natsuhi-san isn't
それ
lying.
だけのことじゃありませんか。
Isn't that the end of it?
だから説明してほしいのよ。
Then I want you to explain.
お父様がどうやって部屋からいなくなったのか。
How did father manage to disappear from the room?
窓は内側からしっかり閉じられていた。
See, I knew it. There were windows. The windows were closed tight from the inside.
扉も同じよ。
And the door too, remember?
今朝夏日姉さんが間違いなくお父様に会ったというなら。
If you really met with father this
夏日
morning,
姉さんには開かぬ扉の密室からいかにしてお父様が部屋からいなくなったかを説明してもらわなくちゃ。
then you must explain how he disappeared from this unopened door, locked room scenario. I love that Eva's so confident even though nobody in this room is following her. I know, right?
じゃないと姉さんが嘘つきってことにやっぱりなっちゃうもんね。
If you don't, then that would mean you are a liar after all, right?
あなたという人、どこまで私を愚弄すれば。
How far do you plan to mock me? Making dinner to remind not to watch a stream while doing so because it's hard to cook and laugh. Nice. Stay safe.
反論したいならぜひしなさいな。
If you want to argue back, go ahead.
そう。
That's right.
今すぐこの場で釈明をしてみなさい。
Try explaining it right here, right
そ
now.
うしたらあなたを疑ったことを謝ってあげてもいいわ。
After that, I can apologize to you for
あ
doubting
の
you.
書斎の密室からお父様はいかにして抜け出したのか。
How did father manage to get out from that locked room?
そんなこと説明もできませんし。
Like again, why threaten the one holding the gun? Yeah. I can't explain that, and I don't need to.
そう。
Really?
なら私が説明してあげるわよ。
Then let me explain it.
私の立場も姉さんの立場もいいとこ取りのとても仲良しな説明なんだから。
We'll take the best parts from my perspective and yours and come up with a more friendly explanation. There's so many witnesses. Eva's pretty confident that Natsuhi won't murder her. I also think another reason is she's so used to you know, pounding down Natsuhi's confidence and stepping all over it, and she's a little surprised that Natsuhi has this little burst of confidence, but I think she's a little confident that she might be able to stamp it down again and, you know, kind of like talk her down. So she's like, yeah, you won't shoot, you know. The same energy as Battler wanting to fight Beatrice, like, bro, do you get shot? To be fair, I agree on Eva on one count. There is no way Natsuhi would shoot her. Common thing in fiction, yeah. Alright. Really? Then let me explain it. We'll take the best parts from my perspective and yours and come up with a more friendly explanation. Anyway, hello, Marissa.
今朝の時点でお父様が在室していたことを信じてあげるわよ。
I'll believe that, like you said. Father was still in his room this morning.
でも、次に扉が開かれた時にお父様はいなかった。
But the next time the door was open, Father wasn't there.
ここまでは依存ないわよね。
You don't have any objections so far, right?
あなたの言うことにこれ以上耳を傾ける気はありません。
I have no desire to listen to anything more you have to say.
その軽薄な口を慎みなさい。
Shut your frivolous mouth.
私の推理はこうよ。
My reasoning goes like this, all right?
扉から姉さんしか出入りしていないことは私が2回確認している。
I verified on both occasions that you were the only one to go through that door.
そしてレシートもそれを立証している。
And the receipt is proof of that.
にもかかわらず、お父様を部屋から出すパズルの答えは
So what is the answer to the puzzle of how Father was sent out of the room regardless?
窓よ。
The window. Yeah, obviously that is the only other possibility.
窓から出したのよ。
He was sent out the window.
夏日姉さんはお父様を3階の書斎の窓から中庭に突き落としたのよ。
Okay, let's see if I can do this. I need to drink some water. Natsuhi-ne-san, you pushed Father out of the third-story window of the study into the courtyard! You vicious malcontent!
奥様、こらえてください。
Madam, please endure it. Eva, please. Natsuhi doesn't know these tropes. She's illiterate. Eva
様、どうかおやめくださいませ。
Eva-sama, please stop this.
その後、中庭に転落して死んだお父様の遺体は
If she pushed it out of the window, where's the body or blood or the remains of his brains? Yeah. What kind of foliage is right below there? Like would the blood be hidden by leaves or what? Like, what wouldn't the if there is foliage, wouldn't it be crushed? I mean, what is below the window? True, there is a typhoon outside, and you could say and the bushes might be beaten up enough to blame it on either him falling or the typhoon. True, true. Father died from the fall into the courtyard.
夏日姉さんが屋敷内の戸締まりを確認すると言って出て行った時にどこかへ隠したのよ。
And before Eva's like, JK, lol, just a prank bro. So true. So true. That face though, I know. Father died from the fall into the courtyard, and when you left saying you were going to check the doors and windows, you went and hid the corpse somewhere.
多分その時に死亡時刻を偽る工作もしたんでしょうね。
That was probably when you took some measures to fake the time of death, right?
クラウス兄さんたちの事件も、さらに昨べのベアトリーチェの事件もひっくるめて。
This all ties in with the case regarding Kraus Nissan and the rest, and also the case regarding Beatrice last night. Why would she do it when there's people on the island that aren't literally her employees? Sus. New inscrutable. Oh! Oh shit! Now that's the Game Award announcement I would have wanted to be around for. Shit! I gotta look. What's it called? What weird ass name does it have? OD, just OD. So it's gonna be like overdrive and overdose. Like Death Stranding is like strands and also whales getting stranded. Oh god. I'll have to look at if there's a weird trailer or something. It could be a farming sin at this point. This all ties in with the case regarding Kraus Nissan and the rest, and also the case regarding Beatrice last night. There's an extremely good chance that Natsuhi-san is suspicious in those cases. Normally, I wouldn't want to say this. And now that it's out in the open, there's nothing else I can do. Please, Natsuhine-san. Jordan Peele is, of course he is. Amazing. Please explain how you can be innocent. He went to Oz and is trying to find the red shoes. Instead of the tornado, he's gone. He got sent, his ass got sent to Oz. Or else I can't help but suspect you. Why me? Why me? Why must I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, be insulted like this? Oh? Looks like everyone else has said their piece. Battler, let's fucking go! We're partying!
ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ。
No good. No goddamn good at all. Yeah, same.
Eva おばさん。
Auntie Eva. Maybe Battler saw the same contradiction that I saw.
ダメって何がだよ、バトラー。
What do you mean, no good, Battler? Jessica looked up at me, hanging on to my every word. Auntie Eva's expression was composed as always.
全然ダメって何が?
Yeah, it's Ace Attorney time. No good at all, you say? What is? Battler-kun. Tell me.
一方からしか見られないから、夏日おばさんしかありえないって思い込んじまうのさ。
You can only see this from one angle. That's why you're convinced it has to be Aunt Natsuhi.
別に夏日おばさんを擁護するわけじゃねえが、 そんな
It's not like I'm defending her.
タイムチェックメイトじゃ通用しねえってことさ。
But bluffing a checkmate like that isn't gonna work.
レシートを軸にした推理はまずまずだとは思う。
I think the theory you've based around that receipt is passable.
筋は悪くない。
It's not a bad thread of logic.
だが、俺の採点じゃせいぜい65点ってとこだ。
Auntie. But I'd only give it a grade of 65 at best. That's a D. I think that's a D.
これが答案なら、居残りで補習ってとこだぜ。
If this were an exam, that'd be bad enough to get you extra lessons in detention, you know? Battler kicking the adult's ass. Love it.
あら、じゃあレシートで封印されている扉をどうやって破ってお父様を失踪させられるというの？私の説以外に。
Oh my, well, how would you break through a door sealed by a receipt and make father disappear, other than my theory?
エヴァおばさんの説は確かに面白い。
Your theory is interesting, I admit. How would I? I think he did disappear through the window. He's about to hit a... Battler is about to hit the bat on a home run. I still... see, this is a bad question to ask, because I think Beatrice is real, so I think he disappeared through magic, and that's how he got out of the window unharmed. But let's see. Your theory is interesting, I
そし
admit.
て、その説以外にじい様が失踪できる方法がないって言い切れるなら。
This is Umineko, not Higurashi, no bats here. Yet, he is Battler. And if we could state definitively that there was no way to make grandfather disappear other than yours.
最終目撃者である夏日おばさんが黒であると確かに言い切れるだろう。
Then we could say for certain that the last person to see him, Aunt Natsuhi, has to be responsible.
だが夏日おばさんが無実で濡れ
I'm
衣
a
である
magic
可能性が
truther
残
already.
っている以上
Sorry,
そうだと断
CC,
言
like...
することはできね
I know that this, you keep having to turn up the volume because Jelly's purring too loud. Oh, Jelly. Okay. So I know that this thing is super duper long and that there's witches and like multiple witches. Like, unfortunately, being on the internet for 20 years, I know this. I know whatever this mystery is like a teeny tiny bit, because this goes over 2 days on an island. Obviously, the rest of the game is gonna be more than 2 days on an island. So that's why I think magic real. Just because of what I know on the internet. Anyway, Hinzo is secretly Houdini confirmed. I think Beatrice disappeared him. That's me. What if the killer ate him? But what if the internet is lying? It often lies. I don't know. That's a rather forceful way to say that. See? Oh man. Okay. However, since you think someone would do that? Go on the internet and tell a lie? I'm sure all of these blue-haired women I've seen online don't actually exist. There's no bitches named Lambda Delta in this game. And yes, I know that Lambda Delta isn't the one with the blue hair. I bet they even have pronouns. You're losing at the Game Awards and Umineko? No, it's fine, Cece. What do you mean you're losing at the Game Awards, though? What happened? Okay. However, since there is still a possibility that she is innocent and that these accusations are false, you can't make that claim. Then Battler-kun.
ならバトラ君は夏日姉さん以外の誰にお父様を失踪させられたというの？
Who are you saying could have made grandfather disappear other than Natsuhine-san? They've competitively bet on the Game Awards since 2017 with money?
姉さんしかありえないのよ。
It would be impossible for anyone else to do it unless grandfather disappeared himself through the window.
私のレシートがそれを
Just with competitiveness, It would be impossible for anyone else to do it. My receipt proved that, right?
一度目に書斎に訪れた夏日姉さん。
From the first time she visited the study.
そして二度目に私と訪れるまでの間、書斎は完全に密室で密室開封後には失踪している。
From the first time she visited the study and until the second time we visited it together, the study was a perfect locked room. And when the seal was broken on the locked room, he was already
これで
missing.
夏日姉さんが犯人じゃないというなら、どんなトリックがあるっていうの？
If this doesn't prove that she was the culprit, what kind of trick could they have used?
だから65点なんだよ、エヴァおばさん。
Like I said, Auntie Eva, only 65 points.
じゃあここでチェス盤をひっくり返す。
So let's try flipping over the chessboard, shall
ど
we?
うやって外部からじい様を失踪させるかじゃない。
It's not about how they managed to make grandfather disappear from the
どうや
outside.
って内部からじい様が失踪するかって考えるんだ。
Think about how grandfather disappeared from the inside.
扉にはレシートが挟まれていたから使用されていない。
The door had the receipt stuck in it, so it couldn't have been used.
窓も出ることはできても外側からは施錠できず、しかもエヴァおばさんは書斎を訪れた時に窓の施錠を確認している。
Good point, good point. I guess he could. Okay, then yeah. Beatrice just disappeared him out of the room. There we go. If the locked window is a good point, right? He couldn't have relocked the window once he left. Right. Okay, good point. Okay, then Beatrice simply disappeared him out of the room. Okay. He also couldn't have gone through a window because they can't be locked from the outside. And when you visited the study, you checked to make sure they were
だ
locked.
から窓も使用されていない。
So the windows also weren't used. So is he still in there under the bed or something?
その時点では確かに書斎は密室だった。
So at that point, the study really was a locked room.
これは認めるしかない。
We have to accept this.
だがしかし、書斎は永遠に密室だったわけじゃない。
However, the study didn't remain a locked room
レシー
forever.
トの封印さえ解かれれば、扉は使用可能になり脱出可能になる。
Once the seal created by the receipt was removed, it became possible to use the door and possible to escape through the door.
つまり、夏日おばさんがどうやってじい様を失踪させたかじゃない。
In other words, it's not about how Aunt Natsuhi made grandfather disappear.
どうやってじい様は書斎を脱出したのかって考えるんだよ。
We need to think about how he was able to escape. Okay, so I guess the most likely explanation in this part would be he was hiding in the room, and the next time Natsuhi left, anytime you hear flip a chessboard, you think of Ace Attorney Investigations. Yeah. There was like the stuff with the chessboard in Edgeworth's office and the logic shit. So he could have hid, and then the next time everyone was gone, he could have slipped out. Grandfather's study isn't any ordinary study, right? Yeah, exactly. He could have been under the bed or something. Edgework, logic chest and stuff, yeah. According to Genji-san, there's a toilet and a kitchen and even a bedroom, almost like a little house. See? Bro, that's literally what I was just saying. It would be so funny if he was just napping at the time, right? Kinzo's in the toilet! Kinzo's in the toilet! Crime solved! Bro, Battler, I was just saying this. What if he was under the bed? If he hid under the bed, for example, he could trick the two of you into thinking he disappeared, right? Auntie Eva. Even you didn't check that carefully, did you? He's in the walls! Grandpa's in the walls! Kinzo's hiding in the pipes! Grandpa's in the walls! And then the two of you went back down the stairs, thinking that he wasn't there. At that time, the receipt was already gone. In other words, the grandfather was hiding in his room the whole time when it was a locked room, and escaped after letting the two of you go past him. We can crack. Yeah. Who's in the chandelier spying on us? Get him down! It's not even Eva. It was Kinzo and Drag the whole time. We can crack this locked room right open. I agree. Battler's absolutely right, Eva. Sorry. Unless Natsuhi checked under the bed. Natsuhi, did you check under the bed? What is this? Why would father want to do something that weird and then escape the room? Well, that's the question. We should find him and ask. Don't be so absurd. Yeah, it might be absurd, but it's possible. Hey, see, it's possible. Why would father want to do something that weird? Have you met him? Real! He hates your ass. Yeah, he didn't want to see any of his kids. He's just like, I'm fucking hiding. Eva might be out there. Nazi can come in, but yeah, if Eva's out there, I'm diving. Imagine if they did check the bed and then Battler's like, he cut a hole under the bed and is in there. See, he's in the mattress. Yeah, it might be absurd. Shit, I would too if I had kids like you. Oh, get her! Damn! Hey, isn't that what I was just saying? It's possible, right? However, it still shows that there is a possibility that Natsuhi is being accused falsely. Your receipt wasn't perfect. In chess, we might call that check. But it isn't checkmate. Ooh, you're about to go tell off your auntie. And the thing that I like least is how you pressure Aunt Natsuhi to explain it and then argue that if she doesn't, she must be guilty. Kono Ushinomiya Batora. If that passes as logic, then why don't you just let me, Kono Ushinomiya Batora?
チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらおうじゃねえか。
Oh, everybody, get your objections in right now. Flip over the chessboard one more time. Everybody redeem your objections now. That's one of them. There's another one. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Battler, that doesn't make sense. The pieces fell off the first time. You can't flip the chessboard twice. You gotta put the pieces back.
エヴァおばさん、あんたの論法によるならよ。
Auntie Eva, according to your argument,
あんたと秀吉おじさんが昨日親父たち6人を殺害してからのこのことゲストハウスに帰ったんじゃないってことをこの場で釈明してもらわなくちゃならねえぜ。
You must explain to us here and now why you and Uncle Hideyoshi couldn't have killed those 6 last night and then casually returned to the guest house.
夏代おばさんに釈明を強いたんだ。
You've been trying to force Aunt Natsuhi to
あん
explain.
たにはもちろん自身の潔白を釈明できるんだろうな。
I'm sure you can prove your own innocence, right?
じいさまの遺産が全部転がり込むエヴァおばさんよ。
The burden of proof is on the accuser, bitch! Your logic chest is flipped! Auntie Eva, whose had all of grandfather's wealth suddenly drop right into her hands?
そうだぜ。エヴァおばさんだっ
That's right.
て十分怪しいじゃねえかよ。
You're pretty damn suspicious yourself, aren't
母さん
you?
がじい様の最終目撃者だから怪しいって言うなら、
If you say mom's suspicious because she's the last person to
エ
see
ヴァおば
him,
さんだって父さんたちの最終目撃者じゃないか。
then what about you, Auntie Eva, who was the last person to see Dad and the rest? And unlike Kinzo, all those people were 100% murderized. Well, we don't know what happened to Kinzo. Battler 1980 colorized, flipping the chessboard. River Otter Dream is making more sense every stream. Which one was that again?
バトラの言う通りだぜ。自分たちは殺してないってことを証明してみせろよ。
Just like Battler said, prove that you two weren't the ones that killed him.
僕もお母さんの推理は少し
Mother,
勇み足だと思うな。
I also think that your reasoning was a little
レシー
overeager.
トの件は確かに重要なヒントだと思う。
I'm sure that the receipt was an important
でも
hint.
それはバトラ君の言う通り、夏日おばさんが何がしかの犯人であることを断定できるものじゃない。
But like Battler-kun said, that's not enough to prove that Aunt Natsuhi is guilty to any degree.
僕たちは等しく全員が容疑者なんだ。
In before, Eva once again is like, shut up, George! Dream out Umineko, where it turned out it was a family of river otters, and Hisoka from Hunter x Hunter was there. Oh, right, I remember this now. They're all just cracking shells. We're all equally suspicious. George, do you know what equally means? Like Battler-kun said, that's not enough to prove that Aunt Natsuhi is guilty to any degree. We're all equally suspicious. It's not right for only Aunt Natsuhi to be
夏日
persecuted.
おばさんだけが責められる道理はない。
Shut up, George!
誇り高きお父様が床に這いつくばってベッドの下に
Oh, she didn't say shut up, George. Okay. Oh, our noble father crawling on the floor under his
そ
bed?
んなざれ言で説明がつくと思って
You call nonsense like that an explanation?
それならエヴァおばさんが先に説明しろよ。
Then why don't you explain
特
first?
によ、誰がどうやって殺して、そして自分が関わっていないという証拠を示してみろってんだ。
Who killed those 6 and how? And then try showing us proof that you weren't involved. Oh, Jessica! That's right. Jessica's got bronchitis or something. She has asthma. Ah! Jessica! No! Where's her inhaler? Oh.
お嬢様、お嬢様。
Milady, Milady! Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first I thought that she was just choking after yelling too loud, but it seemed to be lasting too long for that, and she really looked like she was suffering. Jessica kept coughing and choking, down on her hands and knees. Jessica, hang in there! Dr. Nanjo!
Jessica-san, 吸入器を早く。
Jessica-san, your inhaler, quickly.
私が持ってきているのがあります。
No, wait, I have one with me. Oh, thank you, Dr. Nanjo. What a good guy. Dr. Nanjo pulled a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Kanon-kun. It's poison! Dr. Nanjo did it! No! Not the poison inhaler! Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing and have to use that? But 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain. Aniki.
ジェシカってこんなに喘息ひどかったっけ?
Was Jessica's asthma always this bad?
ここ数年でだいぶ悪くなったんだよ。
It's gotten a lot worse these last few
大
years.
丈夫な時はいいんだけどね。
It's no problem when she's
突
normal,
然発作が来ると咳が止まらなくなるんだよ。
but when an attack comes suddenly, she can't stop coughing. Poor Jessica. Milady, your medicine. Here. She's got the Rona. Taking the inhaler from Kanon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. For a while, it looked like her throat was still feeling itchy, but it gradually settled down.
大丈夫かよ、ジェシカ。
Are you alright, Jessica?
びっくりしたぜ。
You scared me.
大したことねえよ。
It's no big deal.
心配すんじゃねえぞ。
Don't worry about it. Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body, and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. This disturbance had left the room's hostile atmosphere in an awkward, unsettled state. But that was fine. There was absolutely no need to be driving up everyone's suspicions of each other. Nobody else die, you need to clean the litter box. Well, this is called a cat box of something in dreams, so... No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. When you think about it, even probing at each other's alibis and searching for the killer were probably completely unnecessary. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate this case thoroughly. Solve all the riddles and arrest the killer. I think Battler's watched too many TV shows. Battler hasn't gotten into true crime enough to find out how much the police fuck up and don't solve anything. I wonder if Battler-kun is right after all.
夏日姉さんが疑わしいように 私たちも疑わしさを拭えていない。
Just like Natsuhine-san is suspicious, I can't ignore the fact that we are suspicious too.
それを今議論し合うのは確かに不毛ね。
Arguing about that now is certainly
明
unproductive.
日警察に全てを任せれば済むだけの話よ。
Everything will be fine if we just leave it to the police tomorrow. You say that, but Battler has, like, taken it upon himself to flush out the killer today.
でもバトラ君だって知りたいんじゃないの？
But don't you want to know too,
犯
Battler-kun,
人を
who the killer
大
is?
切な人を失った痛みを思い知らせてやるために1秒でも早く知りたいんじゃない？
Don't you want to let them know right this very second the pain you feel from losing someone precious to you?
それは否定しないです。
I won't deny that.
これだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎をたとえ一日であったとしてものさばらしたくはない。
Even one day would be too long to let the bastard who pulled this detestable bullshit go.
でもだからといって18人の中の誰かを疑いたくはない。
But that doesn't mean I want to doubt one of the
さっき
18.
はああ言ったが俺はエヴァおばさんだって疑いたくない。
Even though I said what I said earlier, I don't even want to doubt you, Auntie Eva.
俺にとってのエヴァおばさんはちゃめっ気があっていつも楽しくさせてくれる最高のおばさんだ。
To me, you're an awesome aunt who's always mischievous and
そ
entertaining.
んなおばさんとこんな罵り合いはしたくねえ。
I don't want to trade insults with an aunt like that.
ここにいる誰だってそんなことは望んでねえはずさ。
Not a single person here wants to do that,
だろ
right?
みんな。
Everyone?
バトラ君に同じ。
Yeah, I mean, Natsuhi's only throwing insults at Eva just because Eva's throwing insults at her. She wouldn't do it of her own volition. I feel the same as
意味の
Battler-kun.
ない罵り合いだね。
It's pointless to trade insults.
多分これだけの人数が朝から一ところにずっと集まってるから
It's
みん
probably
なストレスが溜まってるんだよ。
it's probably just the stress built up because so many people have been crammed in one place since morning.
でしょうな。
Probably.
無理もないことです。
It is only natural.
言ってできるものではありませんが、なるべく皆さんリラックスしましょう。
It may be easier said than done, but I think we should all relax as much as possible.
エヴァ、わしらも頭を冷やすべきとちゃうか。
Eva, don't you think we should cool our
レ
heads?
シートの件は確かにお父さんの失踪を探る上で重要な手がかりになると思うで。
I do think the receipt is going to be an important clue for searching for father's
警
whereabouts.
察
We should tell the police about it when they
が
come.
来たら話すといいやろ。
そうね。
Yes, you're right.
そう
Yes.
レシートの一件でつい鬼の首を取ったような気持ちになっちゃったのね。
I just felt a little triumphant when I figured out that part with the receipt.
確かに夏日姉さんだけを疑うのはフェアじゃないわ。
Of course, it isn't fair to only doubt Natsuhine-san.
私たちだって等しく疑わしい。
We're just as suspicious.
でもね、バトラ君。
But still, Battler-kun,
レシートの話だけは本当よ。
at least the part about the receipt is real, alright?
忘れないでね。
Don't forget
そ
this.
してこれがどういう意味を持つか、もう一度よく考えてみてね。
And try to think deeply about what this means, okay? Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they planned on leaving the parlor.
結局私たちはこんな推理ごっこしても意味はない。
In the end, it's pointless for us to continue playing detectives.
だってどうせ警察が全て明かしてくれるんですもの。
After all, the police will reveal everything in the end anyway. That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, when the typhoon passes, and those lively seagulls return to the harbor when those Uminekos start knocking again. Everything will settle itself. Yes. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. It will definitely need to be resolved. Even if we do nothing. And when the seagulls cry! Oh yeah! The name of the game! We are, in the end, we are all when the seagulls cry. You're crying? Are you okay, Sissy?
これ以上夏日姉さんも私の顔を見ていたくはないでしょう。
He said the thing when the seagulls cry. Natsuhine-san, I'll take it that you don't want to see my face anymore.
私も同じよ。
I feel the same. Yikes! They debuted in Uematsu Melodies of Lifestyle Ballad for FF7R. Ooh! Oh my god! Ooh! Shit, I'm gonna have to look up the replay later.
確か姉さんは昨日ゲストハウスに帰らなくて済むようにって客室を用意してくれたのよ。
I was about to ask! Did Soken win? He won? Yes! Justice has been served. Yes! Soken! Let's go! Yes! I did my part too! Woo! Yes! Yes! Justice is served, bitch! Let's go! Yeah! Soken! Does he have like a video acceptance or something? Soken, let's go! Yeah! Ba 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 ba. Find the flame. Okay. If I remember correctly, yesterday, you had some rooms prepared for us in the mansion so that we wouldn't need to go back to the guest house, right?
あそこはバスもトイレもあるし、鍵もチェーンもかかる。
There should be a bath and a toilet there, as well as a lock and chain to secure the door.
横になれるベッドもあるし、主人もマリアちゃんとチャンネル争いをせずにテレビを見ることができるわ。
There's even a bed to lie on, and my husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria-chan over which channel to watch, okay?
お好きになさるといいでしょう。
You may do as you please.
くれぐれも用心を。
But make sure to be cautious.
ありがとう姉さん。
Thank you, 姉さん。
そして余計なお世話よ。
And mind your own business.
姉さんはみんなの監視をよろしくね。
I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on everyone,
犯
alright?
人はこの中に必ずいるんだから。
Because the killer is definitely among us.
そして姉さんも自分が監視をされていることをお忘れなく。
And 姉さん, make sure you don't forget that you're being watched too. Among us?
捨て台詞はそれで十分ですか？
Haven't you made enough parting remarks?
十分よ。
Yes, that's enough.
じゃあね、夏日姉さん。
See you, 夏日姉さん。
源氏さん、夕食になったら呼んでね。
Genji-san, please call for us when it's dinner
それ
time.
までチェーンをかけて閉じこもってるわ。
Until then, we'll keep ourselves locked in with the chain. Eva's like, all right, that's enough from us. We're gonna lock ourselves in now.
源氏、カノン、お二人を客室までお送りを。
Genji, Kanon, escort them to the guest room.
結構よ。
We'll be
送り
fine.
狼なんて嫌だもの。
I don't want to end up being escorted by the killer.
むしろ私たちが部屋に行くまで誰もこの部屋を出ないでくれる方が安心よ。
In fact, I would be more comfortable if nobody left this room until we reach ours. How will we know when you frickin' reach your room, Eva? There's no internal lines.
ジョージ行くわよ。
Let's go, George.
僕は
Oh!
ここでみんなといるよ。
Get her, George. All right. I'll stay here with everyone else.
ジョージ、この部屋に犯人がいるのよ。
George, the killer is in this room. Okay. Okay. I understand. I understand. She's a mother. This is the mother instinct, like, bitch, I'm not leaving you in the room with the killer and I'm not there. Yeah.
そんなところにいるつもり？
Do you plan on staying in a place like that?
この部屋を出るということは親族の誰かを疑うのと同じことだよ。
Leaving this room would be the same as suspecting one of my relatives.
僕はあんな恐ろしいことができる人間が親族にいるなんて信じない。
I refuse to believe that anyone in our family is capable of something so horrifying.
ジョージ、あなたからも言ってやってよ。
George! Honey, say something to him.
ジョージももう一人前の男や。
George is already an
その
adult.
ジョージの仁義がこの部屋から出えへん言わせるならそれも勝手やろ。
If his code tells him not to leave this room, then it's up to him.
好きにさせたれ。
Let him do what he
父
wants.
さん
Father. Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Had we really spent that much time worrying, talking, fighting about such needless things? I mean, yeah, that's been going on since about the time I started, which was 4 or 5 hours ago. Feeling bored, I started clawing at my head when Maria and I made eye contact. Quote from Soken on Twitter. So you copied and pasted it. Oh man! Yeah! Me too, Soken. Let's go! Yeah! Soken! I'm so happy for him. Let's go. So deserved, man. Yoshi-P made him listen to so much classical music and it wasn't for nothing, okay? Maria and I made eye contact. Since I had thought she was completely immersed in the TV, I was a little surprised.
今なら信じるぜ。
Really? Battler, why are you saying that? I'll believe it now.
手紙も殺人もすべてベアトリーチェの仕業だ。
The letter, the murders, everything. It was all Beatrice. The Breath of the Wild Guardian noise starts playing when they lock eyes. Oh no, run! Oh my god. The letter, the murders, everything. It was all Beatrice.
むしろ頼むからそうだと名乗り出てほしいぜ。
No, actually, I wish she would just come out and say that was true.
19人目の仕業ってことにさせてくれ。
I want it to be the work of a 19th person.
じゃなきゃ俺たち18人はいつ
Otherwise,
いつまでも互いを疑い合わなくちゃならね
the 18 of us will have to keep on doubting each other.
え。これなら19人目の存在を信じる方がマシさ。
I think believing in a 19th person is better than that.
扉も窓も開けずにじいさまを外へ連れ出すなんて。ベアトリーチェならお茶の子さいさいなんだろう。
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Battler. Bringing grandfather outside without opening the doors or windows must be a piece of cake for Beatrice, right? Beatrice, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again. Oh, she got possessed.
そうだい。
That's right.
魔女の前に扉の鍵なんて何の役にも立たないんだよ。
Locking a door is useless against a witch.
ベアトリーチェは72柱のすべてに精通する。
Beatrice is familiar with all 72 demons.
33位のガープは望む相手を望む場所へ瞬時に運ぶ力を与えるし。
The 33rd ranked Gap gives the power to instantly carry the desired person to any location.
彼女にとってどのような密室に閉じこもった人間だろうと連れ出すことは難しいことでも何でもないんだよ。
To her, taking a person out of any locked room isn't hard at all, you see?
魔女はすげえな。
Witches sure are incredible.
頼むから。もしまだ事件を起こす気なら絶対に人間には無理なことをして。
Stella! Stella! Stella, you unplugged the second monitor? Bad girl! Bad girl! There we go. Oh god. Okay, we're good, I think. We're good. Okay, we're good. I felt it in spirit, Cece, don't worry. Tell her if she still plans on committing another crime to do it in a way no human could.
19人目を、いや、魔女の存在を信じさせてくれよ。
To make me believe that a 19th person, no, a witch, exists.
いいよ。
Alright.
あったら伝えておくよ。
If I meet her, I'll tell her. Damn it. I don't even understand my own thoughts anymore. When I'm led to believe in a 19th person, I deny it. And when I'm led to believe that there are only 18 people, I deny that too. Even though I wish that there were more than just 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of that 19th person. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19. The number of people in this mansion is 19 greater than X greater than 18. So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. Nerd! However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. There's 18 and a half people. The half is the half of Krause's face. No, but then Shannon's face makes it a whole person. Damn it. The half is Charlie Sheen. Men. 2.5 men. Yeah. But it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. You shouldn't be able to represent the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, 19 greater than X greater than 18. What does this fraction less than 1 play into this? Maybe it's just 19x18 then. Greater than doesn't make sense. Why does a fraction of less than 1 play into this? It's no wonder. That 19th person is an invisible being that can't be seen. That's why, in the integer representation that must be used to describe numbers of people, she can't be seen. That witch cannot be seen, because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she is invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? 19x18. The witch exists somewhere in that X. Woo! Woo! Okay, now a lot of time passed already. We're at 7 p.m. The two who are close? No, we're gonna have another sacrifice? No! Rip Battler, you would have loved Madoka. I think he would have liked Madoka, you know, even though he's like, oh, witches don't exist. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that thinking about who the killer was would be the same as deciding who to doubt. It had begun to feel like discussion of the incidents itself was itself taboo. So no one was mentioning it, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood, though everything was left unsettled. It feels like the rain's gotten a little lighter. Ooh, still pouring down.
仮に止んだってこの島には船がねえんだしな。
Even if it did stop, there's no boat on this island.
船が明日すぐに来てくれりゃいいんだがよ。
But it'd be nice if the boat came quickly
洋
tomorrow.
館バカンさんもうお腹いっぱいだぜ。
I've had enough of this Western mansion vacation.
母さん、明日船はいつ来るのかな？
Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow?
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。
Originally, the boat to take them back would have arrived at 3 o'clock today.
先方も台風が過ぎてから出直すと電話をしてくれたでしょうが、あいにく電話は普通ですから。
They probably would have telephoned to say that they would come after the typhoon passed, but unfortunately, the telephones aren't working.
でも向こうも子供の使いではありません。
But they aren't children over
客
there.
人の方々の送迎目的だと教えてありますから。
They were told this was for the purpose of dropping off and
お
collecting
そ
our
らく明
guests.
日の朝一番で多分9時頃に来てくれるでしょう。
So they will likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning, probably around 9 o'clock, I believe. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, trying to use food to enliven everyone's low spirits. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes very highly valued. Kano arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction, I'm now double tasking, playing the VN and petting my cat so I can distract her enough so she won't jump on the table again. Hanon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Hanon also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't skillfully arrange the food, Hanon's expression darkened slightly. But Kumasawa smiled to say everything was fine.
綺麗に盛り付けられてますよ。
It's arranged beautifully.
カノン君もお上手ですよ。
Kanon-kun, aren't you skilled?
シャノン姉さんだったらもっと綺麗に。
If it had been Shanone-san, it would have been even more beautiful. Hanon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Hanon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Hanon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shanon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced. Yeah, Kumasawa is nice.
今は忘れなさい。
Forget it for now. Genji spoke kindly to Kanon as he advanced a pawn. Oh, now they're playing chess. No! Nanjo has to find a new chess partner. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had become sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request.
はい。
Yes.
今は
I will forget it for now.
忘れます。
Good.
それがいいだろう。
That is probably for the best. Genji purposefully faced away from Kanon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Kanon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that, and he held back any thoughtless words.
金蔵さんもどこへ行かれたんでしょうな。
Wonder where Kinzo-san is
ご
gone.
無事だといいのですが。
I hope that he is safe, but
わかりません。
I do not
た
know.
だ、すべては親方様が望まれ、仕組まれたことのように思っています。
Only, I think everything is as the master hoped, as he has arranged.
それを邪推することは、親方様にお仕えする家具には過ぎ。
To distrust that would exceed my role as furniture working for the master.
源氏さんは怖くないのですか。
Aren't you scared, Genji-san?
私には今夜まだ何か良くないことが起こるような気がして怖いのです。
I am frightened something bad will occur again tonight.
怖いことなど何も。
I have nothing to be afraid of.
私はただ後ろ宮家にお仕えするだけですので。
I simply work for the Ushiromiya family. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly think that he would be left out of this? He couldn't begin to imagine what was happening inside this mansion. But he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that it was something of Kinzo's design. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces have fallen. Chess metaphors, let's go! Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed that he alone was outside the chessboard and safe? Nanjo thought about it. Wasn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard, lined up equally, without any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone. No, it wasn't Nanjo himself. Although proud of his position as Kinzo's only close friend, just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard?
源氏さん、私は今夜が本当に怖いのです。
Genji-san, I am really frightened about tonight. Wait, tearing apart the two who are close? It's not gonna be Nanjo and Kinzo, is it?
無事に明日の朝を迎えられることを心より願っています。
I'm hoping with all my heart that we will still be safe when tomorrow morning comes. The guest room that Eva and Hideyoshi had moved into was used to house guests before the guest house had been constructed. So it's in the mansion. Tearing apart the very good friends. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in this room every family conference and were very familiar with it. This room, just like a room at a hotel, had a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor.
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。
Yes, it's true. You can relax more when you're alone with your immediate family.
他のみんなも客室にこもって鍵をかけてりゃええんや。
They should all just do this. Shut themselves in guest rooms and lock the doors.
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。
But Natsuhine-san's throwing her weight around, saying no one can leave the parlor.
誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。
How could any of them talk back? Yeah, but she's pointing a gun at them.
あの人、ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから、兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り切ってんのよ。
Eva, that's not it at all. She always felt she was being left out in the cold. So now that Nissan's dead, she's in high spirits, thinking her time has finally come. Eva, that's not it at all. She's upset her husband's dead. And the reason she's acting like this is because Kinzo himself gave her a big confidence boost. But as usual, Eva's projecting. Eva, you're the one who was in high spirits, yeah.
まったく、ずうずうしいったら嵐の。
Seriously, how shameless can she be?
まあそう言うな。
Come now, don't say
な
that.
つきさんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。
Natsuhi-san's working pretty
お前
hard.
もそう突っかからんでもいい
Need to jump on her like that?
やないか。さっきのレシートの件もあそこまでは言い過ぎやで。
And about that receipt earlier, you went too far there.
だーん。
Oh, come on.
あそこで言わなかったら、もう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
If I hadn't said it there wouldn't be another good time to say it. Eva, sulking cutely, sat down beside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed watching TV.
でも、こうして二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
Still, it's been a very long time since we've been alone like this. Sorry. I didn't even say anything.
そうやな。
Sure has.
思えばわしもお前も老けたもんや。
When I think about it, both you and I have gotten older.
ジョージが生まれてから何もかもがあっという間や。
Since George was born, everything's gone by in the blink of an eye.
本当にあっという間よ。
It really has gone by in the blink of an eye. I can't believe I got bonked while typing.
子供を作るの焦りすぎたかしら。
I wonder if we were too hasty in having a child. Eva's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yeah, because Eva seemed to be wanting to beat Natsuhi into having a child first. Yes, she had thought it a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to have a child for quite some time. How old was Eva when she had George? Well, either way, she's older than Natsuhi, and Natsuhi and Kraus were already trying to have a child for quite some time. Maybe, I think she means more like she was in a hurry after she and Hideyoshi got married, so she and Hideyoshi maybe could have had more time to just spend together, just the two of them, I think is more what she means. But her older brother Kraus had been unable to have a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsuhi without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. As for Eva herself, she would be removed from the Ushinomiya register anyway once she got married, so whether a successor to the head was born or not, it was all the same to her. So she had thought. But then, one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil she had heard in her greed. It was Beatrice! No, I'm just kidding. Perhaps she could remain in the Ushinomiya register if she gave birth to a successor first. If things went well, perhaps she could even inherit the Ushinomiya family herself. When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he approved of it instantly. This had not been because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. Ah, Beatrice! Exactly. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more that long-forgotten thing called family. Oh. So, ages seem to be wildly inconsistent, but Eva might have had George at the tender age of 27. I know, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I don't think it was like she had George too early in life. I think she might have had it too early in her marriage, is what I think she's getting at. Wait, so that means Eva's almost 50. Damn, she really works out. She's looking good for almost 50. That means, anyway, yeah. It was a chance for him to feel once more that long-forgotten thing called family. So he agreed, without hesitation, not to fuss over which family name they were keeping. Oops. So he agreed without hesitation not to fuss over which family name they were to keep upon getting married, and assented to having his name entered into the Ushinomiya family register. It wasn't easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Eva knew Kinzo's personality well. So, she chose the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuhi, and expertly managed to make him accept Hideyoshi as a son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and permitted him to transfer into the Ushinomiya register. George would eventually become the successor to the Ushinomiya family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. George had been worth their while, and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why she couldn't stand that he was in love with a servant like Shannon. I had a feeling, yes. So when she had learned that Shannon had died and the engagement had been invalidated, while part of her had been shocked at the gruesome crime, another part of her had been relieved that her precious George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. Thanks a lot, Eva. Jesus Christ.
私、クラウス兄さんのことが昔から嫌いだったわ。
I always did hate Kraus Nissan.
偉そうで威張ってて。
He was always so full of himself, always swaggering around.
自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢してて。
So proud that he would one day become the head. So I wanted to get back at him.
それに一矢報いてやりたかった。でも、それは子供の頃の感情なのよ。
Those were just my emotions as a child, of course.
でもその感情は、結局、自分の人生のほとんどを支配した。
But in the end, those emotions took over my entire life.
それだけならまだいい。
And if only that had been all.
その感情はあなたやジョージまで巻き込んで振り回してしまった。
Because of those emotions, I got you and George involved and I used you.
Eva, 備え自分を責めるな。
Eva, don't blame yourself so much. Hideyoshi sat up and put his arm around Eva. She could feel a warm understanding from him.
わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。
Well, I reached the halfway point in my life long ago.
でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。
But you know, I have never once regretted how I've lived my life.
一度もや。
Not once.
エヴァと一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。
I think that since I've been with you, Eva, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will.
戦争で身寄りを失ったわしにもう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれた。
After I lost my relatives in the war, you taught me once more what the warmth of family is.
だから後宮の家には感謝しとるし、わしの唯一の家だと思っとる。
So I'm grateful for the Ushinomiya family and think of it as my only family.
わしとお前が歩んできた人生にな。
In this
無駄な
life,
ことなんか何もなかった。
in this life I've led with you, not a single thing has been wasted.
今日までほんまに楽しい人生やったで。
It's really been a fun life up to today.
ありがとう、あなた。
Thank you, honey. Eva hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably, no one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Eva existed.
感謝するのはわしや。
I'm the one who should be thanking you.
今日までお前と一緒にいて後悔した日なんてあらへん。
To this day, there hasn't been a single day that I've regretted being with you.
私もよ。
Me too.
あなたと一緒になれてよかった。
I'm so glad to have you by my side.
ジョージももう立派な大人なんや。
George is already a fine adult.
わしが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。
He's a man who can do his job well on his own, even if I'm not there looking out for him.
で、
How about it?
正月あたりをのんびりモルジブあたりで過ごさんか？
Ooh. Around New Year's, do you want to go spend some time in the Maldives?
わしら二人水いらずや。
Just the two of us, no one else. Okay, now's the time for some bonks. No, I'm just kidding. I think that's why people hate George. Yeah, you know, when all that was happening, I was like, how old is Shannon? How old is Shannon? How old is Shannon? And apparently this had been going on a real long time. Okay, yeah, see, I'm pretty sure that's why people hate George. I had a feeling that was so, but I didn't go confirm it. But I was like, wait a second, how old is Shannon? How about it? Around New Year's, do you want to go spend some time in the Maldives? Just us two, no one else.
いやよ。
No
毎
way.
年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない。
Aren't you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year's cards that you don't even sleep?
次の正月だけはなしや。
None of that this New
年賀
Year's.
状は
I won't read New Year's cards. Did he finish talking? Really good. Yeah, they're actually being very cute. Good to know that Eva and Hideyoshi are a couple that actually love each other.
黙って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。
I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I've won the New Year's lottery.
今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
It'd sure be nice if we won a color TV this year.
やだ。
No way. You guys can just buy a color TV.
モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
I don't want to check the lottery in the Maldives.
じゃあそいつもなしや。
Then none of that either.
水いらずのんびりでジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとしてみにか。
Just the two of us, taking our time, carrying on from when we were newlyweds, just before George was born. All right, now's the time to bonk again. Yeah.
それならいいわね。
That does sound nice. Yeah, saxophone.
モルジブはええとこらしいで。
I hear the Maldives are wonderful. Thank you.
なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁と水上コテージが並んでてな。
An island with nothing on it, surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages lined up over the water that are going to end up underwater in a few decades, but let's not think about that.
新婚時代の続きっていつからなの？
Carrying on from when we were newlyweds. When will that be?
仕事納めしたらすぐや。
Soon as I've finished some
旅行
business.
店に聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日ま
I won't know until I ask the travel
でに
agency,
は。
but probably before New Year's Eve. No way.
すぐがいい。
Right now. I want to start right now. Peevishly, or maybe coquettishly, Eva pled for his lips. The only sounds that filled the room were the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. Well, George, good thing you didn't go back with them. All right, so somebody's fucking on this island. There was a knock on the door, and Genji-san entered.
奥様、
Madam,
お夕食の準備が整いました。
dinner has been prepared.
お食事はまたこちらでよろしいですか？
Will you eat in here again? Yes,
ここへ運ばせなさい。
bring it here.
南條先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか？
Is Dr. Nanjo still in the kitchen?
はい。
Yes.
次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。
He has said that he wishes to carefully deliberate over his next move.
ご安心を。他の使用人たちとご一緒です。
Do not worry. He is with the other servants.
源氏さんはじい様の相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。
Genji-san's good enough at chess to be grandfather's
南條
opponent.
先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
I hear he's even better than Dr. Nanjo, you know?
そうなんだ。
Is that right?
昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれた。
I played against him long ago, but he must have let me win.
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。
Maria, sounds like it'll be the time to eat
しか
soon.
し、よく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
But look at you! You've been watching TV all day long and you still haven't gotten bored.
いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
I'm always watching TV, so I'm fine.
マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
Maria-chan sure is a TV kid. Oh my god. iPad kid.
食事だから
Of the
机
80s.
の上を片付けないとダメだぜ。
Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table. It was still cluttered with the aftermath of the drawing contest we had all been having, using several pages torn out of Maria's notebook. Jessica began clearing that up quickly. Still, everyone here sure can draw. Really shocking. Oh. Oh, a drawing contest. Nice. Wait, was Battler the only one who sucked?
源氏、エヴァさんたちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないかとお声をかけなさい。
We already know she's an iPad kid because there's no way her mother wants to be involved in raising her. Oh, ouch. Damn. Rosa's never going to be able to recover from that, you know, if she was alive. Genji, ask Eva-san and Hideyoshi-san whether they would at least like to have dinner with us. Dinner was good. He made some fried potato pom-poms. Oh, that sounds so good. And your dad ate 2 whole ones. You made me happy. You're a good cook. Oh, that's so lovely. Nice, man. Oh, maybe I should stop soon. Now I'm really getting hungry. I was hungry earlier, and then the whole Phoenix Wright arguing was getting me back into it, and I was forgetting that I was hungry, but now I'm like, I am kind of hungry. Genji, ask Eva-san and Hideyoshi-san whether they would at least like to have dinner with us. Sorry, Natsuhi, they're busy fucking, so leave them alone. I know you would have no idea what that's like, given you and Kraus were in separate bedrooms for years.
どうせ断るでしょうが。
Although they will probably turn us down.
かしこまりました。
He's about to go traumatize Genji. Speaking of me and your dad, are they're your security guards for your older brother? Yeah? Certainly.
お父様の次はエヴァさんですか。
Natsuhi doesn't even know what sex is, despite having a child. Maybe that's why it took them 6 years. Natsuhi had a whole child. Natsuhi and Kraus hate fuck. Stork. She got him pregnant. I mean, that's what Kinzo would have wanted, remember? Kinzo would have wanted that. He literally said, he very much implied that if Natsuhi had gotten Kraus pregnant, he would want her to be the head of the household. They ordered just gotten Storks on. Kinzo was enjoyer. Okay, that might be the wildest thing that's come out of this playthrough chat so far. Kinzo! Limsa. So he wants me to just come back. Y'all! Just because it's even real, she's one of those wildly realistic baby dolls. They just keep getting bigger with more advanced models. In the 80s? Fertilize my golden land, Beatrice! No, you guys, same brain cell. Oh no! Oh, I'm no! Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Okay. First father, now Eva's son. Getting pregnant. I'm just kidding.
つくづく後ろ宮家の食卓には全員が揃いませんね。
Yeah, cause like Eva's too busy getting it. Okay, she's just excuse her from dinner. We seem incapable of managing a full showing at the Ushiromiya family dinner table. Natsuhi felt her headaches start throbbing again and lightly held her temples. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that large, so Genji had gone there and back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. No! Genji, no! Don't go there! I think it depends on her mood. I think she's usually on top. Alright, anyway. Okay, that's a little much. That's a little much. Let's go see Genji about to get who talks Keats over Beatrice? Obviously Beatrice. Obviously Beatrice. I agree with CC. If I were to summarize, be it TLDR, I agree with CC on both counts. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that large. No, Genji, don't! It wasn't that large, so Genji had gone there and back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Natsu had warned him not to be alone without good reason, and just now Nanjo had also admonished him, saying that it would be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Genji took Kano and went, no! You're gonna traumatize Kano! No! No! Don't bring Kano with you! Genji took Kanon with him, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Kanon's too young for this! Kanon does not know what sex is! This can't happen! Why Kanon not Kumasawa? Genji knocked on the door. Oh, because, you know what? It's because Kumasawa is cooking dinner. He's gonna learn the real definition of human furniture. Rowan! Genji knocked on the door. No! Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, dinner has been prepared. Kumasawa giving him the steel mackerel. He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response.
Genji-sama, これは
Genji-sama, look at this. Why is there a sock on the doorknob? Kanon pointed under the door. What? A Western-style envelope had been inserted under this. All the way to the door. Oh, it's a letter. Okay. Wait, did Beatrice leave a strongly worded envelope that she doesn't want there to be any fucking while she's present on the island? Normally, when something was inserted this way, it would be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So, since this might be a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kanon or Genji were supposed to take interest in. But, obviously, It's the head of the house thing again. Dear Eva, you stop that, Beatrice, heart. Beatrice went to open the door, saw slowly close the door, and was like, nope, they ain't next, no. It was not something that Kon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western-style envelope was Kinzo's envelope, the same as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with. There's no mistake. It's the master's envelope. I don't care if they have a scorpion charm. No way, Jose. Ah! Godfather, thank you so much for 14 months. Goodness. Thank you. Dear Eva, when I said I was claiming everything of the Ushinomiya family, you are not allowed to try to make a loophole by getting pregnant again. What's wrong with you? I think Eva is probably deathly close to menopause, so that's a big gamble. There's no mistake. It's the master's envelope. Or, although it had been Kinzo's envelope, the author of the letter Maria had read aloud last night had not been Kinzo. She's entrusting everything to the wheel of fate. Oh my god. Although it had been Kinzo's envelope, the author of the letter Maria had read aloud last night had not been Kinzo. I thought that wasn't a knock for a second. Okay. What's the term they use for Shanon's death? The gamble of what? Oh yeah, turn of the, it was, everyone, oh, wait, I think you mean, the one for Kirie? She was chosen by the demon's roulette, that's all there is to it. Is that what you were talking about? They're just spinning the demon's roulette about whether Eva will get pregnant or have menopause immediately. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice, Genji, they're fucking, stop it!
Eva-sama! Eva-sama! Genji de gozaimasu.
Eva-sama. Eva-sama. It is Genji. Eva's betting on white in the demon's roulette. No!
Irashaimasu ka?
Are you there?
O henji o onegai itashimasu. Eva-sama!
Please answer, Eva-sama. But there was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. They're waiting for you to go away. Oh no, they're not. They didn't get killed. Tear apart the two who were close. No! No, this isn't like a horror movie and they both got murdered in there as soon as they tried to screw like horny teenagers, like a slasher movie. That's not what happened. Tear apart the two who were close. No! Oh no! In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that they had called by and then leave the guest be. She is relying on Asmodeus. However, despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Eva's name. But there was no answer. No! They're dead! They're dead. Kanon stuck his ear up to the door. No! Kanon, don't do that! Don't do that! Kanon stuck his ear up to the door and holding his breath. That's harder. That's a baby knock. Listen to any sounds coming from inside. Okay, so they're definitely not fucking anymore. They could be just waiting for you to go away, but... Or they could have been brutally murdered! I hear something that sounds like the television. But I don't sense anyone. The room might be empty. Genji took out a handkerchief and careful not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled out the envelope, which had been stuck under the door. It had been sealed with deep red sealing wax. Were they watching porn? Can they get that on the Ushinomiya Mansion family TV channels? HBO? They're watching HBO? Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushinomiya family head's ring.
Eva-sama! Eva-sama!
Eva-sama! Eva-sama, please answer! Are you still in your room? Even so, there was still no answer. There was a chance that the two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out a bundle of keys, including the one that would open the guest room. Kanun also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock a guest's door so they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they had made sure the guest was out. To unlock the door for a separate reason, and especially to do so when there was a chance the guests were still in there and without their permission, was an action unbecoming of a servant. However, Genji had decided if the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly Kinzo's, or rather one of the Western-style envelopes of the Ushinomiya family head. And after last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. This letter had been sent by someone other than Kinzo. Eva-sama, my apologies. Allow me to enter your room. After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was the sound of the door unlocking. And then he slowly turned the knob and slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room? Or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside. That meant that they were in the room now. The sound of voices on TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear that they were in the room, but there was no sign of them. Genji called to Eva once again through the crack in the door, but there was no answer.
Genji-sama, いかがしますか?
Genji-sama, what should we do? As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion. How many times is the game gonna say they're in the room? This game repeats a lot of stuff over and over. But they had no way to open a door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. That was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. A creepy chill. Can they, like, you know, try to get an eye around the door, see if they can see anything in there? A creepy chill was already rushing up their backs. Hanuin held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone. Maybe get down on the floor and you can, like, look up under the bottom of the door to see if there's anybody in there. I'll go call Madam. Kanon, cut the chain. One of the bodies is against the door. No! Yes.
Hi.
As Kanon rushed away hurriedly to get a cutting tool, he was called back by Genji. Wait, Kanon. Oh, did Genji realize what? There might be dead bodies in there, and now Genji's like trying to spare him? Oh, Genji. Genji's the goat. Go back to the kitchen and take Kumasawa with you.
一人で行動してはならんぞ。
Whatever you do, do not act alone. Oh, the FF16 DLC, do they have a date announcement? I know they intended to make it. Do they have any kind of date? The trailer's happening right now? Okay, okay. Is it Sid's life? That's what they were implying, I think. That it was like probably, if anything, going to be about Sid's life. The Rising Tide. Oh, Leviathan! Leviathan, yeah! There's 2 DLC. Is one Leviathan and one Sid? One is now? Like, and the second, oh, what is now? Oh shit! Oh shit! Holy shit! Well, I might have to play FF16 soon. Damn! Oh shit! Echoes of the Fallen expands on the endgame-ish chapters? Okay, good. They need to Mass Effect 3 that a little bit. It's not as bad as Mass Effect 3, but like, the Rising Tide is Leviathan, so Leviathan next spring. Awesome. I need to move Stella. You're not gonna fuck up the monitor again. Okay. Oh man, I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Wait, Kanon. Go back to the kitchen and take Kumasawa with you. Whatever you do, do not act alone. Genji, you're gonna act alone right now.
Hi.
Yes.
かしこまりました。
Certainly. It looked like Kanon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. But Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself. Genji! But the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Kanon. In the kitchen was Kumasawa, who was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanjo, who seemed to have thought of a move that would turn the tables on Genji and had been awaiting his return, wanting to show him. But he immediately realized that something was wrong with Genji's demeanor. Oh, what has happened, Genji-san? Dr. Nanjo, my apologies, but please allow me to suspend this match for a time. Kanon, take care of the chain. Okay, so it wasn't to spare Kanon from possible dead bodies, it was like he didn't want Kanon to go alone. Kumasawa, stop setting up the dinner for now and accompany Kanon. I will go over to Madam. If you would come with me, Dr. Nanjo. Has something happened? Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen.
Kumasawa-san. 申し訳ありませんが、僕と一緒に来てください。
Kumasawa-san, my apologies, but please come with me.
何があったんですか、カノンさん。
What happened, Kanon-san? Unable to take in the situation, Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo and chased after Kanon, who had flown out into the hallway. Accompanied by Kumasawa, Kanon went to the storehouse, and from amongst the tools packed in toolboxes and hanging on the walls, he looked for a tool that could be used to cut the chain.
何を探してるんですか?
What are you looking for?
私も手伝いますよ。
I will help.
ドアチェーンを切断するんです。
We're cutting a door chain.
大きめの番線カッターはどこだっ
Where's
け?
that large bolt cutter? I mean, the chains on the doors are never very thick. I mean, you don't need like a mega super bolt
ドア
cutter.
チェーンを
A door chain?
どうしてそんなことをするんですか?
Why would you do something like
エヴァ様
that?
たちのお部屋にチェーンが
The chain is locked to Eva-sama and
中
Hideyoshi-sama's
にいら
room.
っしゃるはずなのにお声をかけても返事がないんです。
Even though they should be inside, when we called to them, they didn't answer. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation.
これなら多分
This will probably... Hanon took down a very large bolt cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it would be easier to understand if it was described as having the shape of a large pair of pliers. He recalled being warned that it was a dangerous tool that could easily cut through one of your fingers! Hanon took that and rushed up the stairs. So, this can cut off your fingers. Time to run with it. He knew it instinctively. He should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Bro, the point is to not be alone, and you're gonna leave this old woman in the dust. Did I tell you about the time your bike? Yeah, Kanon, don't run with scissors. Don't run with giant bolt cutters. Did you tell you the time your bike got stolen? To add insult to injury, they left the broken bike chain on the ground where the bike was. Oh no! I think